All right. In case you're out there watching and listening, this is Joe Friedrichs here with Brian Larsen.
Hey, folks.
We're down here at the Cook County News-Herald. It is election night. Just in case you're here, this is a preview, so don't get too excited about anything yet. This is us getting set up here and doing some sound checks and things.
It's fine, but there's about a 5-second or more delay, so it's very confusing.
Mm-hmm. But
it's fine. Good. Yeah.
This is like being broadcast, just so you know. So.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
How does the sound, the acoustics on there?
Fine. It's sensitive.
What's that mean? What's sensitive mean?
It's picking everything up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, again, sneak preview here, folks. The election coverage starts at 8. We're just getting a few things set up. It did. It looked too bright, didn't it?
No.
Did it look okay?
I guess so.
Good. Well, it's good if it works. Now you gotta balance it, Joe.
No problem.
All right. Good job.
Oh, well, now the light's in a different place.
Of course. But we're not CNN, so
Not too bad. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. All right. Potentially, there's some people out there watching this, and if you are one of them, throw some questions into the chat, and Brian and I will engage with those and respond to any questions that you present to us. Again, this is the unofficial start to the election coverage tonight for Cook County, Minnesota, by the way.
Minnesota and maybe some national. Maybe.
Right. And some state things. I mean, so we're here in Grand Marais, Minnesota. Just like you could be watching this from anywhere in the world right now. Happened upon this election coverage. What we're going to do is focus on Cook County, Minnesota. Hang tight. It actually doesn't start till 8 o'clock. We're just getting a few last minute things set up here. So just hang with us. Enjoy the show. Look up Cook County, Minnesota. If you've never heard of it before, look up the Cook County News-Herald where Brian works. Look up Boreal Media, who's sponsoring this in conjunction with the News-Herald, and just learn a little bit more about the area.
North Shore Podcast.
Right.
Yeah, you got to get that tape.
And major shout out to our buddy Steve Fernland too, who just isn't feeling too well tonight. So he's not here to join us, but Steve was instrumental in getting this all set up too. I'll plug something in here.
All right.
So I think, Brian, what we'll do is just kind of hang tight and give ourselves a little bit of time. And if you're watching, just stand by, and we'll be ready to go in about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Very good. All right. Sure. Yeah.
Some of those things.
Yeah. A little bit out there. I'm going to actually.
It's kind of like when a musician comes out to the stage and the audience has this hum,
Yeah.
they kind of fall into this quiet space, and the musician's kind of fidgeting with a few things before.
Right.
That's us right now,
That's
Brian.
us right
This is
now.
our stage.
Yeah, we've been fiddling with stuff too. So there you go. Yeah.
It's our stage on election night. I am Joe Friedrichs.
I'm Brian Larsen.
Yeah, we're really grateful that you are watching tonight, wherever you're from. We're just kicking off. It's about 2 minutes early to 8 o'clock, the scheduled start time, but we wanted to get things rolling ahead of time, and you got that opening act of us kind of getting set up here. So
Yeah.
Election night 2024, obviously an important night for the country, and a lot of people went out and voted today, hopefully. And we know right here in Cook County, Minnesota, where we're streaming live, that a lot of people vote every election.
They do. We typically are per capita have the best voting record in the state of Minnesota. So I hope that's true again.
And Minnesota is typically one of the highest voter turnouts, if not the highest. So there's a story that we've done many times now. We are the highest county in the highest state.
Yeah.
So per capita, maybe one of the highest in the nation. That's really a thing to be proud about. And so as we said, I'm Joe Friedrichs, Brian Larsen. And Brian, tell our viewers who you are in the context of journalism and local media.
Yeah, I'm with the Cook County News-Herald. I'm the editor / co-publisher, I guess, and small staff here, so lots to do, but I've been doing this for a long time, so pleased to be here with you tonight, and I hope you enjoy the show.
And how many elections do you think you've covered, Brian, over the years?
Yeah, you asked me that earlier. A lot is all I can say. In the early 80s, I was 3 years here, and then I was gone. Then I came back in the year 2000 for another 3 years, and then 17 or 18 years since. A lot of elections.
Mm-hmm.
Many. I couldn't really tell you how many.
Yeah, back to the 80s, huh? You said you've been covering local elections?
Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's great, Brian. So, I mean, you bring a lot of experience and background and the knowledge of how this process works tonight. And also, so as I said, I'm Joe Friedrichs, and I worked at the radio station in town here, WTIP, for about 10 years, and I've covered local elections throughout that time. So I think this is my fifth or sixth election that I've covered locally, and then before that, I've covered some in Oregon and in Montana in the past as well. So we've got quite a bit of experience between the both of us tonight. Right. Also with us here in the News-Herald building is Ann Passis. She is over yonder behind us, and she's going to be getting some results and sharing those with us so that we can update you in real time. And a big part of why we wanted to do this tonight was to give you a break, hopefully, from some of that just constant threat and bombardment of all the national things that are happening, and just that update here, there's 20 more votes, and it's not actually the end result, and there's so much drama that goes into the night. So we're going to tone that down a little bit and just talk about some local issues that impact us and some of the results here in Cook County in Minnesota. And some of the key races that we're going to be following tonight are the Cook County Board of Commissioners races, the school referendum for ISD 166, and the hospital board. And these aren't in order of importance, but the main story for the commissioners that we're covering is District 4, because the other District 2 is an uncontested race where Gary Gamble, who's been a commissioner in the past, is running unopposed. Gary's actually going to be joining us live here probably in about 20 minutes or so. Not that we're declaring him the winner, but we just want to see what some of the candidates were doing on election day today. So Gary's going to be stopping by the News-Herald here in, like I said, 20 minutes, half hour. And we'll be talking with him live about the election. But District 4, Brian, this is one that has a lot of attention in the community. And Sullivan, the incumbent, the board chair, running again against Dean Berglund. Just tell us what you know about this race, why it's getting so much attention this year.
Well, the reason I think it's getting a lot of attention is because Arvis Thompson originally was in and running against Ann. And then it turned out that when they had done the census and they changed the voting lines based on where people live, they drew the lines wrong. And so Arvis, it turned out, actually didn't live in the right district, just on the other side. And so she had to withdraw. And then Dean came in late, but he did come in, and so it'll be an interesting race. I have no idea how it's going to go either. Not a clue.
Right. I mean, the situation with Arvis was due to the redistricting with the census from 2020, and that it literally was on the wrong side of the street.
Yeah.
And so it was one of those technicalities. There's no precedent to draw a comparison to. It could have gone into the courts, but Arvis essentially said, I'm not going to get involved into that kind of thing, and stepped away. And then Dean stepped in somewhat midstream, but enough that he had time to mount a campaign, because he certainly has done that.
Yes, he has. Yeah. And Ann is running a strong campaign again.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be an interesting election. Like I said, I have no idea how it'll go.
So Dean and Ann ran against each other in 2020.
Yes.
And that was a very close race. It was 476 to 407 was the vote total. And Ann Sullivan won that, but it was very close. And this time around, Dean has a lot of signs around the county, certainly in the district, in District 4. And the talk at the gas station, the talk at the coffee shop, when you bring up this particular race, is, will those signs mean that Dean wins? Like, do signs equate to a victory? In other words, who has the most signs? Do they win? What are your thoughts about that?
Your signs are great, but I don't necessarily think signs mean, if somebody has more signs, it just means they have more signs.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean they have more votes. We'll see. I think it's going to be very close again. And, it's going to be right down the wire. I have no idea who will win. So, but yeah, lots of signs. And it means he's putting on a good effort anyway. Mm-hmm. And, but I don't know that it means victory, because otherwise, wouldn't you just go keep buying signs until you have the most, till you win? Right.
That's true. Yeah.
Right.
There's a difference between signs and votes. And we'll be finding that out. The polls closed at 8:00. So right when we started the official part of this show is when the polls themselves closed in Cook County across Minnesota. And so the results, usually Brady, our auditor, Brady Powers, has those results sent to the Secretary of State. Sometime between 10 and 11 is a general time. Sometimes it's a little bit later. It just depends on the process and how quickly they can get them updated at the Secretary of State office as well.
Right. And I think, I talked to Brady here back a few hours ago, and he said like half the voting public has already voted early, and so they got to jump on things. And that's a blessing for them, because he said he doesn't want to be there till 4 a.m. And,
Mm-hmm.
No, nobody wants to be there till 4 a.m. County. So
you might be here until 4 a.m.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't.
We'll get some coffee to Brian if that's the case. So speaking of anybody that's watching, there's a chat function, and you can send questions to Brian and I, things that you want to hear us talk about or discuss or analyze when it comes to local politics. And in particular, we can definitely weigh into that. We're not going to jump too much into even the state races, the District 3A race that we'll be covering extensively tonight as well, or 8th Congressional. But we're not going to jump into the White House race. But any local questions that you have, throw them into the chat box at any time, even if it's just a shout out like, hey, Joe and Brian, that's cool too. Whatever you want to say in the chat box, it's free reign.
Yeah.
So let's jump, though, to District 2. As we said, Gary Gamble is going to be coming down here anytime now, probably in the next 20 minutes, 15 minutes maybe now. And Gary's running unopposed. This seat is currently held by Commissioner Stacy Johnson.
Yeah.
And she is not running for re-election. Commissioner Johnson had defeated Myron Bershheim. And before that, Myron defeated Gary Gamble.
Correct.
So Gary's jumping back into local politics again. He's known in the community. He wrote a column for the newspaper in the office where we are right now for many years after the 2016 election. So we'll see what Gary's thoughts are about some of these local issues. And one of those is the school referendum, the ISD 166 school referendum. It's a 3-part kind of a trickle down. Well, this gets activated or has the potential if
Yeah.
this one does. What are your thoughts about this 1, 2, 3 process that the school did, Brian?
I know why it's kind of hedging your bets, right? I would say, personally,
give it to us straight,
Brian.
Brian.
I think they could have just gone for all of it and just said here, instead of parceling it out. But I personally hope I hope it passes. So, and then the school can redo what they need to redo, and they can, get a new football field, new track. I know it was very heavy on athletics, but the ultimate goal is education, and I think the superintendent's done a pretty good job of explaining that. You have to have things for kids to do, and they've been tied in with the why. It's sometimes hard to get gym space, gym time, and locker rooms. If the girls are practicing and a new team comes in from outside, they could kick the girls out, and that team gets the girls' locker room, and on and on. So there's some things that just need to be improved, and it's probably time to improve them. We'll see what the public says. Another one couldn't predict how it's going to go, but
right. And that is all going to be coming in probably around the same time as the results are shared with us. And Pasas is going to be bringing that information to us in real time. She's right over there refreshing the screen as that starts to become more pertinent, more relevant to do so. Another thing that we will be discussing tonight and potentially hearing from some of the candidates as well is the hospital district board. Again, District 2 and District 4, the candidates are Doug Sanders and Milan Schmidt, and then Sam Newsom and Kay Olson, and Kay in District 4. This last November would have been the hot ticket item to be discussed in the election. The hospital was under scrutiny. The board in particular was under major scrutiny from the community. I know you reported on this pretty extensively. You had a ton of letters to the editor about this issue, and it's simmered down a bit. What do you attribute that to? Is the length, the fact it was a year ago, basically, that was so hot in the community, or what do you think kind of made that the third thing we're talking about tonight as opposed to the first?
Yeah, well, again, it was it just nothing much was happening. So people wrote a lot of letters, expressed, their opinions, and it just became, I suppose, well, what I was hearing, was we will go to the polls, and this is the election. We'll see, and we'll see if board seats flip. That's what a lot of people are saying. We'll just, we'll see what happens with the makeup of the board. So.
When you spoke to the candidates, and I know a lot of that takes place via email because it's the paper and so forth, but there's some correspondence that takes place. Like, did you pick up on that sense of urgency and that this is as important right now as it was a year ago?
Yeah, from the candidates for sure. Yep, absolutely. That's why they're running. We've got some new people running. Doug is running in the place of his wife, Mary Sanders, who's not running anymore, and I really like Doug. We'll see how it all goes. We'll see. Again, we have to wait till the votes come in. It's going to be hard to. We'll see.
Yeah. Is there anything about the races we've talked about, the county board, the school, the hospital board? Is there anything that would surprise you in terms of either who wins or an outcome of any kind that would make you, as somebody who's been covering local politics and reporting on it since the 80s, is there anything that's going to make you go, wow, I did not expect that?
No, not anymore. I'll tell you why. I think in the 80s, I would know who's going to win. I mean, I knew everybody very, very well. I knew the electorate out there, and there were some real close races, very close races, but I'd be shocked then if I would guess wrong. And today I can tell you that, no, I don't know. I can't tell the public. We have a lot of newer people here, and I don't know them personally. And so yeah, let the votes come in and then we'll find out.
Mhm.
And nothing will surprise me.
Mhm.
I can tell you that.
Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah. Interesting. Good to hear. And I'm wondering too, just about some of what you've experienced when you talk about this change and that you don't know community members as much as the community grows and people come and go and so forth.
Yeah.
If what you've seen this election cycle in the community mirrors how it was in the 80s when you used to cover it, in other words, has the political climate and the culture of politics, particularly in an election year like this where there's this national tension, has that changed in Cook County?
Well, I think it's changed in Cook County, but I think it's changed right across the country.
Mhm.
I think we're just a microcosm of the whole country.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, elections are getting a little nastier, and I really hate to see that, but that's what I've seen. And that's a national, not so much here, but it's getting a little more divisive all the time. And I hope that can be put to bed sooner than later.
Mhm.
It's, yeah, that's what I've seen.
What about with some of the, I saw today some community members had lawn signs stolen or they went
Yeah.
missing again. There's some discussion about that on the community forums, and that did impact us. We saw some of that in 2020 as
Oh, yeah.
well, and
Right.
but like that part of it, is that something that you would have expected back in the 80s, for example, 90s?
No,
Yeah, so that's changed.
that's changed. Yeah. I mean, not saying that you never had a lawn sign taken. It usually pretty much you'd guess it was a kid. And it would be just a little prank. But now, no, from what I've been hearing from, people down in the West End, and this started back a month and a half ago, these weren't kids taking these. These are people driving up and pulling lawn signs out. And, I hate that because you should be able to have a sign in your lawn promoting the candidate, whoever that might be, and it should be fine. That's part of being an American.
Mhm.
And so there's more of that for sure than ever was in the past.
Mhm.
Again, I don't know what anybody thinks they're accomplishing other than me, just annoying everybody, right?
Right. And what about some of the Friday afternoon events that took place where there were two sides of the street and generally speaking, conservative, progressive, Democrats,
Oh.
Republicans, that whole thing. And you hear the horn talking, but some of that, it sounds like it intensified in the recent weeks.
It has. And I've been down there around a couple different times, and, just bad language. Not so much from the protesters on either side, but people going by, calling one side this or calling the other side that. And again, protesting should be fine. These are peaceful protests. Everybody loses when you act like that, when you turn into just a rogue, just a bad language. It's inexcusable.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I hate seeing that, and I've seen it, at both sides,
Right.
And so, yeah, no excuse for that either. Again, people have a right to put a sign in their yard. They have a right to go vote protest peacefully, and that's a good part of our country.
So if you're just tuning in, and I see there's some people hopping on here, welcome to our live election coverage. This is Joe Friedrichs here and Brian Larsen here. We're at the Cook County News-Herald. It's the local newspaper in Grand Marais, Minnesota. If you're watching from another state, North Carolina, Indiana, well, hello, welcome to Grand Marais.
Yeah.
If you're watching here locally, you know what's up. It's Joe and Brian here at the News-Herald. And we're not trying to do anything flashy here this evening. We're just talking about some local issues in the local elections, and we're going to be sharing those results to you as soon as they come in. That's probably going to be in about, at the soonest, an hour, probably more like an hour and a half, somewhere in that time frame. And we'll be having guests joining us throughout the program, either on the phone, and you'll be able to hear our conversation with them on the phone, or people are going to be stopping by here in the studio. Gary Gamble, one of the candidates for county commissioner, should be stopping by here before too long, and we'll be having conversations about local issues. Again, this is not to try to impress you with our YouTube technology or something. We are just here to talk about local elections and be two voices of calm and reason in what's been a really challenging for some people election cycle with all of the constant news coverage of it. So we're just trying to be here this evening to provide you with some calm amidst a lot of that. And we're also in that process going to be sharing election results with you, primarily focusing on the election results. So that's what this show is. Hang out with us as long as you want to. You can hop on or off, whatever is comfortable for you. We're just glad that you tuned in and hanging out for this show, because Brian and I care about local politics. We cover it extensively. We have for between us now probably 50 years or 40 plus for sure.
Yeah.
So a lot of experience about some of these issues and the candidates themselves. I think we have probably most of their cell phone numbers between us, and we speak to them about local issues, but we also know most of the candidates too, in a way that is part of the job, but also goes beyond that. When you live in a small town in a small community like Cook County and Grand Marais, you get to know the people that you talk to, your sources, in a way that you might not living in the metro or covering the Washington national beat and so forth. And and I think that is it can be challenging sometimes, but it's also a gift as a journalist to be able to have some of those connections to people that we interview about hard things. And I think it's safe to say that right now in the county, this is a challenging time for the local government, and whatever happens in the outcome of the election, there's going to need to be some decisions made. Our county administrator, James Yorkey, has recently resigned due to a very tragic incident involving his wife in Kansas City. I know you wrote about that, Brian. I did too for Boreal. You wrote about it for the News-Herald. And so we have an interim administrator at this time, Rowan Watkins. Our county attorney resigned, unrelated to that entirely, that situation with James. And so we have those are two prominent among the most prominent positions in local government, the county attorney and the county administrator. And we don't have either one filled, at least in a full-time basis. So the commissioners are going to need to navigate that essentially right away in January when they take office, or first week of January here in Cook County is how that transition takes place. And we know for certain that there's going to be at least one new commissioner, potentially Gary Gamble, likely Gary Gamble because he's running unopposed. And maybe it'll be Ann, maybe it'll be Dean. But nonetheless, there's going to be some very important discussions that need to take place essentially right away for the county board. And that's a fairly unique experience, I think, at least because of the two of them. I know the former administrator, Jay Keefe, passed away when he was an administrator in that position. And so the county has had to go through that change, a sudden change when it comes to the commissioner, and then the administrator, and then when Jeff Cadwell, who was the second administrator, that was another more gradual process, I would say, at least certainly in comparison to Jay and the situation we're in now with James's departure. So this is a time where it's important to have good journalism in a community that's reflective of what's happening, of course, in real time, and reporting the facts and sharing that information, but can also provide some analysis and has connections to talk to the people that are making these decisions and access to knowing what's going to be happening with the process. And I know, Brian, the News-Herald here is such a trusted source for a lot of people in Cook County. And just the fact, too, that it still comes in the mail. You can pick it up at the newsstand. That's such an important part of a community, is the local newspaper. And I'm wondering how you're doing with the transformation to all this digital stuff and all these social media things that people, you got to get your news on social media and all that kind of buzz, but you're holding strong with the newspaper. And that's great to see.
Very trying. And the thing with the county government, they're going to, Commissioner White brought up that this is the time they may look at changing the form. And so I did that in this edition that's coming out tomorrow, I guess. No,
on
Thursday.
Friday.
It well, actually, to the gas stations Thursday
Yeah.
now. So
yeah.
So I put some of those possibilities in there in the paper.
You picked up on that quote
Yeah,
from Commissioner White in the
Yeah,
in the meeting where they had a special meeting
Yeah.
about to
On
accept
Friday.
the resignation
Yeah.
of James Yorkie. You heard that quote from Deb White, and that was enough for a story that
Yeah.
she even acknowledged that in some way.
Yep. And then, there was a pamphlet in their board packet, and it talked about the different various forms of county government in Minnesota. There's
Mhm.
like 3-4 different ones. And I put those little outline at the bottom, just what they are, so people can see. And so 65% of all the counties do have a county administrator, by the way. So, but 35% don't. And so they'll have a chance to look at that anyway. Whether or not that goes anywhere, we'll see.
Well, it seems like a very pertinent question to ask our first guest,
Yeah, it will be when Gary comes.
Gamble,
Yeah, right.
and see what his thoughts are about that specific topic, and his thoughts even just about what Commissioner White said in this special meeting just last Friday that you're referencing.
Yeah.
So what's happening though with the newspaper, Brian, and social media and this whole buzz? Like, where are you landing on getting information out and this fast? It's got to be done in a flashy way, and it's got to be done now type thing.
They're pushing me on that all the time. I'll tell you that. So I'm not great at it, but get some of it out. And it's like there's a lot to do.
What's Cherry Road telling you about that?
Well, they would like through the day out there. Yeah.
On social media?
Yeah, right.
And what's your response to that?
Less than 3 stories a day is what I'll say.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I can say.
Yeah.
At some point in time, I hope I can get there. But right now, there's a lot to do. There's just a lot to do.
Yeah. Do you use social media like as a person? Is that a thing you
it's not
engage
my
with?
favorite thing, but
Right.
Just
yeah.
That's just it's probably an age thing. My kids will tell me that.
What's your plan for the newspaper? Like how do you have a succession plan or like a long-term objective with your tenure as the editor and all these kinds of things? What's going to happen to the newspaper, Brian?
So I'm hoping that we can get a younger person in here and then give them some training, and I can move aside. I've got other things, as you might know. So we own a restaurant and a bar, and that's keeps me awfully busy too.
Right.
So and then I've got kids at home again, and so there's family stuff to do, and there's not enough hours in the day right now for me, but maybe that's always the case. I don't know. I tend to stay busy. So,
but I mean, this isn't some kind of immediate thing. You're just thinking a little bit more long term about what might be happening.
Not terribly long term either. I'm 68, so I don't want to be here when I'm 78.
So how does a local election or an election like what we are going through right now in 24 make you feel about journalism in terms of wanting the importance of it and the importance of it and these things that we've just been discussing about how we have these connections to the local sources. And when somebody young, like you're referencing, comes in, that may not exist. It's certainly not going to exist probably overnight.
Right. Well, so let's go back to the form of the newspaper. Like, okay, it comes in paper, right? I do think within probably 10 years, it'll all be digital. Some papers are all digital now. We've seen that with the Duluth paper. They run 2 physical editions, everything else is online. And that's just the way it's all going, and I mean, you can't stop that train. Paper looks better, I'll tell you that, digitally. The artwork really pops. So there's that. It'll be a day I'll mourn because I like holding a paper, having my coffee, which is right over there, and reading and drinking coffee. But that's where that's all going. It's important though to have a local paper, and that's what Jeremy Galbin, the owner of the Cook County News-Herald, he's got like 90 papers now, or maybe more. He's buying them all the time, and he's trying to save local journalism.
Mm-hmm.
That's his goal.
Yeah.
And so it's hard, though. There are lots to navigate.
Yeah, and he also has to make some money while he's saving local journalism, right?
That's the hard thing to navigate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, so we're talking about the Cook County News-Herald. That's where we're at tonight. It is election night 2024. I'm Joe Friedrichs. This is Brian Larsen. He's the editor of this newspaper in the office where we are right now. And it's been a busy day here in Cook County, Minnesota. I know the courthouse was just a busy place. A lot of people, as always the case, voted today in Cook County. We're going to be sharing those results as soon as they come in. And we're analyzing some of the local elections, particularly the county board seat, particularly that county, that District 4 seat on the county board. That's a race between Ann Sullivan and Dean Berglund. We'll be communicating with the candidates throughout the evening, also talking with candidates for the hospital board, and we're following the school referendum. So this is a live YouTube show. We're hanging out here in the newspaper office, waiting for some of the results to come in. And one of the other races, though, that we're following tonight is the District 3A seat in the Minnesota House of Representatives.
Yeah.
It's currently held by Roger Scraba. The challenger is Harley Droba from International Falls. He's the mayor of International Falls. And that race was very close last time when Rob Eklund was defeated by Roger Scraba. It was actually a recount that took place.
Yeah.
And so we're following that this evening, and it could be that close. One thing that I've heard locally from some Cook County people, and I'm wondering your thoughts about this, if you've heard the same thing, is that Roger Scraba got out of the gates a little slow. He went to St. Paul. He didn't have any experience in that position. He'd been the mayor of Ely. That was about the kind of the extent that he had in politics. He got to St. Paul, and maybe it was a lot to consume. I mean, it is. It's a change, obviously, if you're not familiar with it. But that eventually, and particularly for Cook County, that Roger kind of just started to engage more with people here locally. He was very helpful, I've heard, with the North Shore Waste, getting some funding there, and then things at the cooperate, some of the schools actually at GES, for example, and like that Roger kind of started to get it, for lack of a better way of saying that. And this was from people who I would view or think of locally as falling on one side of the aisle or the other politically, nationally, Democrat, Republican, and that they were saying these things from both sides of the aisle about Roger, that he kind of stepped up to the plate toward the end of that second year in office. What are you hearing about Scraba and how he did?
Well, okay. Yeah, he worked extremely well with Grant Hochschild. And, and Grant would they get together, Grant would author the bills. Like Roger said, being in the party with not enough votes, you can write all the bills you want and they don't go anywhere. They don't get read. So Grant, they'd work together and they work very, very well together.
And Grant's the state senator who represents this side. So they're opposite parties. I mean, Scraba's definitely GOP.
Yes, but they really worked really well, especially for Cook County. My goodness, we got all the housing money we went after. I mean, and it was because of those two guys. They just did tremendous work for our county. And that even, I think Grant was very surprised. They got everything. So you give them an A+. That's all you could do. I did moderate a debate between those two,
Harley and Scraba,
and they are, he's the International Falls mayor. Roger was the Ely mayor. They have both served in the military. They are very, very much alike. I can tell you that.
In terms of the politics, or just
even the politics. Yeah, they both. I think both of them have. So we're a very diverse, huge district, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. It's hard. I can't even imagine trying mileage wise, even, it's just ridiculous.
Well, International Falls is over 4 hours away.
Yeah,
and
right.
It's a long way to Rainy Lake in International Falls, where where he's the mayor, where Harley's the mayor.
Right. And then, you get up to Grand Portage and I don't know, it's a long drive.
Right.
You've got a lot of miles to cover, a lot of different diverse communities. Both of them, I think, really do have the best intentions for our Northland. So whoever wins, I think, is going to do a good job. I like both of them, to be honest with you. Thought they both did a really good job in the debate I moderated. They both were ready. They were prepared. And both good guys. So,
I know one of the issues for Democrats in particular, and some of the frustration that some people had with Rob Eklund, who was very well liked by the Democratic Party, and was that he never took a hardline stance on copper nickel mining or twin metals. It was always sort of that let the science play out, or we'll let the state process do what it needs to do, and this type of thing. And I think that is a key thing when you're talking about them being similar, Harley and Roger in this instance now, is that still is basically the approach, is that nobody's saying, Roger's definitely much more supportive of it than Rob or Harley were, but that's not a huge area of separation where that could be or has been in the past at least.
Yeah, it is not. Harley, you go look at their points, what they both ask and want, and they line up. Mm-hmm. Really, you wouldn't know one's flip a coin who was a Republican, who was a Democrat. Hard to know based on what they're asking for and for our region. So I think they're both well intentioned, and I think either one of them, whoever wins, is going to do a good job. That's what I really believe.
One area where another race where there is more separation between the candidates is the 8th Congressional District. Incumbent Pete Stauber's been there for a while now. Jen Schultz is definitely the Democrat, and is much different, even around things like copper nickel mining, environmental issues, than Stauber is, and that is a pretty clear difference. Like, you can't make that same comparison as you can Harley and Roger. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, they're very similar. They're both kind of going to be the same version of the same thing. Whoever wins is very similar. Not the case with the 8th Congressional District. Yeah. And my read on that, and I've been questioned by some people about this, is that I think that Stauber, probably because he's the incumbent and the size of the 8th now, is that it's going to be difficult to unseat him until he decides he wants to run for Senate or governor or something. That he's got a pretty strong hold on that seat. Could be wrong. Could be different tonight. I mean, she definitely has I think some momentum.
Yeah, she's run a really strong campaign. Yeah, and I'll tell you, that wouldn't be, nothing's going to shock me tonight. Mm-hmm. So if she wins, that wouldn't shock me at all. She's run a really, really strong campaign. Mm-hmm. And so, and it's, I wish the dark money would get out of politics and let these people just, so you don't have the outside influence. But until things change, we're going to have that. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see who wins again. It would not shock me at all if she did get by Pete.
Yeah. So, okay. Interesting. We'll be following that one as well. We will also be talking about who is ahead, at least by the end of the show, which could be late into the evening. Who's ahead in the presidential race as well. We'll be following that, probably the least of all the things that we'll be focusing on tonight, but we will be paying some attention to it nonetheless. Don't want to ignore that. Obviously, it is the talk of the nation and has been for quite some time. So you're tuned into live election coverage 2024, and we're talking about local elections in Cook County, Minnesota. And we've got a chat function here. So anytime throughout the night, if you want to drop a question in or have a topic that you'd like to see Joe, me, or Brian over here talk about this evening, about local issues in particular, please do drop it into the chat box function there. I think you could probably do that anonymously if you want to, or just tell us who you are and what your question is, or even if you just want to say hello and we're enjoying the show or discussion from afar. We've really presented this tonight to you as something different. That's what we wanted to do here tonight, is not do a flashy Wolf Blitzer screen where we're touching a map and it lights up blue, or it's going to go red, or if this outcome, present different hypotheticals throughout the night. That's not what this show is. We're here just to bring some calm and talk about some of these local issues and deliver that in a pretty non-flashy way, intentionally, just to try to talk about the importance of local issues and how that impacts people in a county with a population just over 5,000 people. And so when we break some of that down, and I think that's why the referendum is definitely an issue for some people when we're talking about youth, like in the future, like that's the stronghold of a referendum. Usually whenever that's going to come up on a ballot is we're talking about the future here, people and our children in our community. But the other side of that, and particularly this year when we're talking about these three different ballot measures, referendums, is that's $37 million approximately total if the three of those pass, and what that equates to. Laura at Boreal recently did a really nice piece on this about a week ago, and I really appreciated that piece that she did. That breaks down to $29 a month for a house, for a property at $400,000.
400, right? Yeah. So
$30 a month is a significant amount when we're talking about again the future and the children and like that. What's the balance on that? And for people who don't have children or they moved here to retire and there might not be as invested in the community in that way, they don't have children or their children don't live here, etc., that might be because of that amount, $30 a month, that could prevent some people from supporting that. Not because they don't like the school, obviously, but just that dollar amount.
Yeah, no, I've had people tell me that that's why they won't vote for it, and I totally respect that. But
because of the dollar amount.
Because of the dollar amount, and so the thing is if we can improve our school, maybe we'll have more younger families move here too, and because we need. Trust me, we need more younger people to work in the community. And at
the newspaper, for example.
At the newspaper, or maybe over at my restaurant.
I see.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So and that's across the board. You see help wanted signs everywhere. There's just not that many kids here to work, and I don't know if we need to grow. We need to get younger.
Yeah, and for a family, as you're saying, and then as the housing stock increases through some of the HRA initiatives and other grassroots initiatives to address this housing crunch that we are in, that seeing the support of the schools would be a nod toward that, a potential family going, hey, look at that. They're really supportive of the schools.
I think it would. I really do. It'd be a good draw. So, but it does, if you don't have the money, you're gonna vote against it. It doesn't mean they hate the schools at all either. These people I know have told me they won't vote for it. They like the school financially, they just can't afford it.
Well, the other component of it is there's some athletics tied into it as well, and so it's not just for academia and education. Right. It's a new turf on the football field. It's a scoreboard. It's concessions.
It's a track.
And there's some gymnasiums put into it. So it's not like it can be billed as you were trying to improve education for the children in the community. That's a component of it, absolutely. Yeah. But there's also this other part of it happening too. So
and I guess I like the whole approach. When I was in school, boy, if I didn't have sports, I would have hated school. And I love sports, and so I played sports, and it was a big thing. And we didn't have facilities. We did have a lot of kids, though, and it was so we could field good teams.
Right.
But
so it's here, election night, and hopefully you got out and voted today. And we have some updates coming as soon as we get them from Ampasas, who's here helping out this evening, and hitting refresh on the Secretary of State website as Brady is turning, our auditor, Brady Powers, turns those down to St. Paul. And one of the candidates who is running for Cook County Commissioner Board is a gentleman named Gary Gamble, who joins us. Hello, sir. Gary Gamble is here with us live on election night. Gary, you are running for the District 2 seat on the county board. It's a seat that you've held in the past. In 2012, you first won that. You defeated Fritz Sabanya in that race. And then Myron Bergheim challenged you in 2016. And now you're running again here in 2024. So let's start with what you've been doing on election day. What's been your day today?
It's pretty much a normal, typical day for me. I installed a kitchen countertop in an apartment, and I managed a move-in that could not move in, and so I had to deal with the financial and the legal aspects of that. So we resolved that, and of course I voted. And
you went to the courthouse, and
I went to the courthouse. My wife Renee and I went to the courthouse and voted.
What was the scene at the courthouse when you were there?
There's probably about half dozen there. Met some people that I hadn't seen for a while that were serving as election judges. So got a chance to say hi to them and cast our votes and walked out to the door to a familiar parking lot, and then headed back home. And then this evening I painted a sign, and then I had acorn squash supper that Renee had made for me, and we sat down and we watched a British renovation of a chapel.
Oh, wow.
16th century chapel.
Yeah.
And then I thought maybe I'd just sit back a little bit and then wait for your call. So
okay. Well, thank you for being here. And we don't know right now at 8:45 on election night if you've won the seat.
Sure.
However, you are running unopposed, and both Brian and I have taken the liberty to say that you're probably going to win. That's just the nature of running unopposed, particularly when nobody mounts a write-in campaign. It would be a different story if somebody had actually taken the initiative to say, write my name in. What may end up happening is that there's a fair amount of write-ins, but they're scattered. And on the Secretary of State side, that's usually going to just shows up as write-in. It doesn't show the total number for Brian or the total number for Mary or something, something like that. It's just going to show write-in. So there might be a fair amount of write-ins, but it wouldn't be enough, presumably, because it has to be for one candidate to defeat you. That's our journalistic observation of the scenario that you're likely to win. We're not declaring that, but when it happens, if it happens, we will announce that on this show. And so we don't need to analyze that probably any more than that, Gary.
Other than to say that when I was contacted by individuals and asked that if I would run, that I've never made an assumption that I was entitled to win simply because I was the only candidate. I've always felt that until the process works itself through, which we all have, the opportunity to vote for the candidate we'd like to have represent them, that I've always felt, and I think I expressed that to you before, that it's a humbling position to be in a position where you are campaigning and asking people, to support you in your candidacy, and the outcome of that is based upon the will of the people, and if that is the will of the people, and then I certainly welcome that opportunity.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of the issues that whoever gets into the county board, be it the District 2 seat, you or another person, or District 4, Dean Berglund or Ann Sullivan, whoever it is that ends up winning these 2 seats is going to have some very dynamic scenarios presented to them as commissioners to make decisions about regarding 2 vacancies of very high level positions in local government, the county administrator position and the county attorney.
Mhm.
And Gary, just your thoughts on the things that have unfolded and taken place here, including some very emotional and hard things that have happened in the county administrator's personal life, home life, family life, and the resignation of the county attorney. Like, just your thoughts generally about the news around that.
Well, first off, I think you need to separate into 2 categories. Although we can't, as we live our lives, what I would say is that there is the human side of things, and then there is the responsibility that's been entrusted to us in a position. So as it relates to the county administrator, certainly in the human side of things, the empathy and that we should have as individuals towards anybody that goes through those kinds of experiences in life. It's hard to even imagine.
Mhm.
I mean, those that have lost loved ones know to a degree what it's like, but everybody's experience is different and unique to themselves. And so certainly from that standpoint, we pray for grace and mercy and that a person doesn't feel alone in their loss. I would say that the situation that we have in our county, whether you have those 2 positions filled, if an individual as a candidate is elected to the position, has the opportunity to serve, that you step into that role with a perspective that says, help me to understand where we are at as a county. There are issues that we can be aware of. There are things that we need to find out more about. And I think anytime that there is change, whether it's resignation or somebody moving on in another capacity, which can be tied to a resignation, but it gives us an opportunity as a county to step back. I think one of the things we experienced, because in my tenure as a previous commissioner, we were looking at the form of governance that we wanted in the county. We had not had a county administrator. We did have a short experience with a county coordinator, but we wanted to find out, are we at the point as a county where we should maybe explore moving into a different form of governance? And so we did interviews, we did research, we brought in county administrators from other counties that were highly respected, interviewed them. I held a town hall, allowed the community to ask their questions. And so having transitioned into that position, we now had an opportunity to observe how that position has served us. And so there was a lot of stepping back and looking at what had been in the past and what would warrant, in fact, moving into a different form of governance, which would be the county administrator position. Mm-hmm. I would say at the point that we are right now, with the resignation of the county administrator and the resignation of the county attorney, those are 2 key positions in governance within our county. I think it affords anyone that is elected to represent the people the opportunity to step back and to take a look at where we are right now and what the needs are in present day governance in a community. Things change, as we all know, and as a result of those changes, I think when we look forward to drafting a new job description or whatever we propose to do, we should look at it in the context of present day and what has changed that is unique to us now that wasn't back then, so that job descriptions or even structure of governance may change. So I guess paring that all down to a simple response is to say, with change, there comes the opportunity to step back and take a look and see what best fits us as a county and the people that we have, our efficiencies, our fiscal responsibility, and our effectiveness in serving people in the county.
Mm-hmm. And Commissioner Deb White, as Brian referenced, he has an article coming out about that, made a similar sentiment, I believe, a little bit more direct of, do we need to review the necessity of a county administrator in Cook County? Is that what you're suggesting when you say is it time to review and change and where we are now and what our needs are? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, Let's see. My response is that I could say yes. That's what I'm suggesting when I say step back and take a look at it.
Mhm.
There are two things that, one is that if I'm privileged to serve, if there is a change in the board of directors that can take a look who's entrusted with the responsibility because it is an elected position, then I think my recommendation is that we step back and we look. One thing, when we transitioned into the administrative form of governance, and Jay Keefe was our county administrator. Unfortunately, he passed away.
Yeah.
And then I had department heads and individuals coming to me and saying, we have concerns that the county board might move forward in trying to fill the position and not go through the disciplines that we should have when we began this whole process. And my response was, that won't happen from my perspective. And my encouragement to the board is that we need to be patient in going through the process that we went before, even though it's so close to all the work that we did before. We need to take what we learned that was positive under the tenure of County Administrator Jay Keefe, and then look at it and evaluate it and move forward. So the point was that we have an opportunity now. Be careful that we do not move too forward too quickly to fill the position when we have this opportunity to step back and reevaluate. So when you say reevaluate, is how big a scope do we want to evaluate? And my recommendation would be that we would take a look at the tenure of the time that we've had county administrators and see what we were told relative to that position and how it would affect our county, both from the effectiveness, from the culture, and from the fiscal responsibility within the county.
But do you think that it's important, Gary, that the current county board not make a decision until the new board takes over, assuming that there's change beyond the District 2 seat, where we know there's going to be change because Commissioner Johnson is not running for re-election. And there's the potential that the District 4 seat could change. So would it be, in your opinion, important that the board not make a decision in November or next month in December about the administrator role position and the county attorney position?
Well, if you're talking to me personally, from my perspective and my experience in that regard and my knowledge generically in making major decisions that affect structure, I certainly would hope that we would be able to involve those that now will participate in decision-making moving forward. Mm-hmm. There's also something that should be mindful of, and that is that anybody that is elected and moved in is representing the will of the people at that point in time. So they need to carry that message to the board. However, anybody moving into that position should not assume that they have any right beyond the representation that exists in the other districts within our county, so that we can collectively look at this. But if you have a transition, then out of respect for the transition and what is reflective of the voice of the people in electing new representation, yes, my recommendation is, out of respect of that response by the public, that those major decisions should be held off. Because if we move forward, I would say that we would circumvent the process and not build integrity into a process that requires that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, first of all, we got to see what happens with the election tonight. Before we get into any of that, we'll see what occurs here, and we'll probably know that within the hour, potentially now, as we hit close to 9 o'clock in the top of the hour. Mm-hmm. We're here live in the Cook County News-Herald with the editor of the newspaper, Brian Larsen here, one of the candidates, the candidate on the ballot for the District 2 seat on the Cook County Board of Commissioners, Gary Gamble. He's been kind enough to come down here this evening and talk some local issues, local politics, and local topics with us. And I'm Joe Friedrichs here. Grateful to be here tonight. Thanks to Boreal for helping us get this put together. Yeah. And we're grateful that you're watching wherever you're watching from. And if you have any questions, you want to say anything, let us know, and we'll get that out and share it either with Gary or some of the other candidates. We've got direct lines to everybody. I'm curious, Gary, about local elections, and if there's something similar that happens. I mean, in some cases, historically, at least, when a president would win, the person who was defeated would concede and make a phone call. Typically, is what happens. Has something like that? Does that happen in Cook County? Is that something you have done or had done to you, where someone calls and says something, basically, congratulations?
Well, when Commissioner, I had lost in the last election, I did. I called up and congratulated, and I think that there's a protocol. You could say there's protocol. Sometimes we're driven by protocol, and sometimes we're driven by who we are and doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what you do. I think you do that if a campaign has been handled in a way where we give people the opportunity to ask their questions, if we respond to those questions, and the people make a decision, and if the person that is running against you in a position wins that position, then you wish them the best.
Like, did you do that to Myron?
Yes,
you did. You called Myron.
Yeah, I called him up.
Yeah.
He was surprised when I made the call.
But like the night of the election?
Yes, yeah. As soon as I knew that I had lost the election, I call him. There's no sense stringing anything out when you know what it is. Then, like I say, you could do it out of protocol, but it's better if it comes from who you are as a person, that you do that out of respect for the public's decision to have somebody else represent them. You wish them well.
Wow. Okay. And tonight, there's nobody that you can call, basically, and nobody's going to call you because there aren't any candidates. Right. So, but with that in mind,
so I pull out a piece of paper.
Yes, you've got a document here.
Well, this is I was asked for, a statement, and so I mean, if you look at the bottom of that statement there,
Commissioner Johnson is who you would essentially call, or
but I noted in my statement.
I see. Yeah. So this is what you'll be sending out if you win. Essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well,
but the thing is about that is relationship should take precedent over, we'll say, politics in this case. Politics. Yeah. And there are people that you agree with. There are people that you resonate with, and still, it is something you protect in the position in what it represents. And so I think you validate that with your and you nurture relationship, and to the extent that it's received as being genuine and heartfelt, that's a good thing.
Were you surprised that nobody jumped in, either as filed a candidacy officially or as a write-in, that you ran unopposed? Did that shock you or take you by surprise?
I was all I can say to that is that my wife Renee, in her strong faith, when people were calling and she'd overhear the conversation, she said to me, "You're not going to run. You've been there before and you know what that's like, and you're not going to run." And so obviously I had that sentiment coming from her, even though I had other individuals that were encouraging me to run. That night, she happened to read the last chapter in the book of Esther. And when I woke up in the morning, she turned to me and she says, "You run." And she said, "I'm praying there'll be nobody that will run against you."
And because there's a lot of interest in local government, and we oftentimes have some of the same candidates running against each other, and we have that occurring now with the District 4 seat, and it's been Bruce Martinson and Ginny Storley for 4 elections in a row, 3 or 4 at least in a row, and it often seems to be the same 2 people. And Stacy has decided, Commissioner Johnson has decided that she wasn't going to. She has reasons for that, and family reasons, personal reasons, as well as Myron Bersheim. And I know that he has just decided that due to some other commitments and just life and age and so forth, that these things that wasn't something that could happen with those 2 who faced against you and Fritz and so forth, right? But what about someone younger? Like, would you have been encouraged to see someone younger step into the race and run against you? In fact, and maybe another way to think of it is, are you a little bit discouraged that there wasn't somebody younger willing to jump in and try to be on the county board?
Well, I guess when you look at it, we'll say just from the standpoint of, we'll call it demographics. Demographics relate to age, relates to, whether it's a young man, a young woman, whether it's an elderly person, whether, there are a whole lot of things that define demographics. I don't look at so much from the demographic standpoint as I look at as the person. Whether that person is a young person, whether that person is a woman, a man of a different nationality, whatever else, I look at who that person is. I'm encouraged when I see people that I feel bring to that table the qualities that are required in that position. And if you were to search and find out what is the number 1 quality of a county commissioner, if you search that, say, what is the number 1 quality that a county commissioner can have? The answer will be a servant leader. So it's strange, coincidental, you might say, at the point that we were interviewing potential county administrators, the consultant we were using asked each of us as commissioners, forward to me a question you would like to ask the candidates for county administrator. I forwarded the question, what does servant leadership mean to you? When we were into our last interview and those questions were out, the coordinator, or the individual that was the consultant, said, are there any questions now on this list before we go into this interview that you would like to remove, or any questions you'd like to add? And the fellow commissioner said, what in the world is a question, what does servant leadership mean to you, doing on this list? I didn't say anything. I had my own conversation with myself, like each of us do, maybe. And he said, okay, we'll pull it out. I didn't have a problem pulling it out, but I find it interesting that in the position of county commissioner, which the number 1 trait we look for is servant leadership, that we would think that question is foreign to that process. So in response to your question, I'm encouraged when I see good people step up to the plate, wherever they are in the demographic.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, what are your plans for the rest of the evening, Gary? I mean, as we said, the results will probably.
Otherwise than socializing with you guys?
Yeah,
I mean, how's it getting better than this?
You hit the peak.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And then we even have heat in here, so I'm sort of
We haven't had
impressed.
heat for a few days, so this is a really good thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's probably about an hour. Let's just say it's an hour until the results come in. And so we're going to be talking with some other candidates here and so forth now. But just you're going to be following the results, or hopefully you'll be watching Brian and I on YouTube or something along following the results, or you plan to stay up. In other words, is that in the cards?
I don't know. I thought of watching the rerun of the Minnesota Vikings and the Rams game because at least the first half of it, that was up. But if I had the choice of watching that or what's happening with the results on election night, I mean, if you have some chocolate ice cream in a game, what do you think I'd do?
I bet you're going to watch the election results tonight.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're giving me the option.
Right.
Tune in with you guys.
But I appreciate you coming down, Gary. Again, we weren't. I'm sure that Ann would tell us if some of the results are coming in, and it doesn't sound like any of that is available yet. So we don't know what the outcome is going to be, and that's not why we wanted you to have you down as our first guest. We just wanted to talk about some local issues and find out how you as a candidate spent your day and so forth. So we appreciate you coming down, Gary, and being a part of this show. And that the presumed winner, at least from Brian and I's perspective, and the next commissioner for District 2 on the Cook County Board of Commissioners is Gary Gamble. We've been wrong before, Brian. And Gary, that's a possibility, as you've said, made reference to me multiple times, that you don't know what's going to happen either. That things occur in politics that are sometimes unexplainable, and perhaps this could be one of them. And we'll know within an hour. And I just wanted to say thanks for making a trek down here on a cold November evening. And thank you, Gary, for your time. And thanks for talking with the News-Herald and with Boreal in the lead up to the election as well. And just appreciate you being here. Thanks a lot, Gary. Thank you so much. Excellent. So here we are. It's live down at the Cook County News-Herald. That is the newspaper office in Grand Marais, Minnesota, downtown here. And I'm here with Brian Larsen. He's the editor of this local newspaper. And Ann Passis, another resident of Grand Marais, is here getting us some data, and will be bringing to us the results as they come in. And we're going to recap now, since we're an hour plus into the show, what the purpose of this program is and what our focus is. I can definitely say, as you heard from our candidate, we're going to talk about local issues and local things to people who live and have an interest in Cook County politics and government and issues that matter to people who live here. And of those races, we'll be watching Gary's seat, District 2 on the county board. The one that we have, again, this isn't because of how we rank it in terms of its importance, but it's the one that a lot of people have their eye on in Cook County, whether they live in District 4 or not, is the seat held by incumbent and board chair Ann Sullivan. None of that, Brian. That is not allowed on this show. And so
with some coffee.
Yes.
Just a little Java.
All right. So that seat is definitely something that, as I've been going around town in the county in the past, the peak of the election, let's say, really kicked up in September, October, definitely, obviously, is that what's going to happen in District 4? That's the race between Ann Sullivan and Dean Berglund. It was close last time. That was in 2020. The final vote total was 476 to 407, and won. And so that's the local race that probably has the most attention.
Well, and Ann's the board chair too. I mean, so she's not just on the board; she's been leading the board for quite a while. So it's going to be interesting.
It is indeed. And then the other races that we're following include the ISD 166 school referendums. I'm following that very closely. How that unfolds throughout the night, we'll see. I'm sure we'll get most of those results in and kind of have an idea whether one leads to 2 passing, leads to 3 passing, and so on. And then the hospital district board will be following that closely as well. I'm going to be reaching out here momentarily to one of the hospital candidates, Sam Newsom, and find out what he's been up to. Maybe we'll have him join us live, and we'll get some updates from Ann Passis as well. I do see, Brian, as somebody who's watching the program this evening says that 64 of the Minnesota counties have an administrator.
Well, it was listed as 65 in the board packet. Sorry.
So I forget exactly what. Evidently, they're just wanting to point that out.
Okay.
So the percentage, I think maybe what you said was a percentage or something, or 65% you might have referenced. Whatever the case is, this observer who's watching the show, which is great, says that it's 4 of the 87
Yeah.
Minnesota counties, and I think again you might have referenced a percentage or something, or maybe that was the confusion.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think I said 65 or half county administrators, and the rest have some other form. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think it'll probably will be evaluated. Based just on what Deb said, if she requests, and Stacy's going to come back. She wasn't at that meeting.
That's right.
And so they didn't vote on anything, which is, it's all happening so fast. There's no way to really do that yet. So maybe they'll just give it a look.
Right. Right. And it does look like we have just 1% of the 8th congressional district reporting right now. So no need to pay too much attention to anything specific along those lines. No. I'm wondering what we have, if any updates, and for the presidential election at this time, just a overview of what the AP is saying at this time now. Most of the polls closing, so we're coming up on 9:15, and just where that race is at, as we of course keep our focus on some of these local issues. Yeah. Nice conversation with Gary. Yeah. What was your biggest takeaway from that conversation?
It was good. Gary, I know Gary quite well, and if he gets in, he's a hard worker, and he's very reflective. He'll think before he acts, and I think he's going to hit the ground running if he gets in. So,
and I think it's safe to say too, Brian, that that certain parts of the community have issues with Gary, and you ran a column that he wrote for a number of years. I think it ended up being, and that some people had reactions to the column, and some people were big fans of it, and other people said
that's true of every columnist. I can tell you that right now. And
right.
You know what? But it's good to hear from people about whether they like the columnists or they don't. And it's funny because we have columnists right now, and we have some people that write me and they just love this columnist, and some people say, why is that person writing a column? But I appreciate the perspective of everybody, and it means people are reading the paper. That's what it really means, and they care, and that's a good thing. So,
right. Yeah. Okay. Well, good. We've got somebody that's viewing us, and they're hopping back and forth between looks like Fox News and us, Brian. So we've got a viewer out there that's watching the national news, and we've got I'm sure all kinds of people across the political aisle here watching our show tonight, and that's great because we want people who are interested in local issues to be tuning in. That's what this show is about. It's not about who's going to win the presidential election. It looks like right now, according to the AP results, Trump's at 198 and Harris 109 in the Electoral College. So we'll see where that leads into the evening. We'll do some updates about that. But what we're doing on this show is talking about primarily local issues relevant to Cook County. And we know that I communicated with Roger Scraba, who is our incumbent in the District 3A seat, and he actually is going to be in International Falls tonight. And Harley is going to be in St. Paul at the DFL gathering there. I think somewhere in the metro is where Harley was headed. He was actually on the North Shore today. Harley was doing some last minute campaigning, and Roger, whether it was kind of tongue-in-cheek or exactly why he's in International Falls, he said it's because I get better cell service over here. So Roger is in International Falls.
Pretty tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, so we can make a call to the candidates here as some of those results to come in and check in with them as well. I'm going to have Ann Passus jump into the hot seat here, and you and Ann can chat some local issues for a bit. I'm going to reach out to some candidates and find out what other people are up to, and maybe we'll have somebody joining us here on the phone in just a minute. Ann Passus jumping in live.
And
hey, Brian.
How are you doing over there?
Good.
That's good. Yeah.
Not many results quite yet.
Not yet. Still early.
Yep.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what happens in our local elections. Again, I have no idea. I really don't.
No, I can say this is the first time I ever had to wait to vote at the courthouse.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
So
I hope we're number one again. I love it. Cook County comes out. We have a very strong community and a great track record for voting in elections.
Absolutely.
It's important. If you don't vote, don't complain.
Right.
Just shut up. Don't complain.
Totally agree with that
Yeah,
statement.
right.
I'm very curious. I'm hoping that when Joe comes back, you guys will talk a little bit about the school referenda and talk about what each one of those is, because I think that was a big numbers and
Big numbers.
and
It is
very
big
interesting
numbers.
to. What's your sense of what might happen with those?
Boy, I just know. I know people on both sides. I know people that'll vote for the whole thing, and I know people that will parcel down and go for the cheapest way to go forward, and I know people that will not vote at all for it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a dollar issue, and right now it's kind of tough because we're in an inflation period. You know, groceries are high, everything's high, especially in Cook County, and there are some people that just can't vote for it, and
Right.
it doesn't mean they are not in favor of the school. That would be very incorrect. They like the school, they like the kids, but if there's no money there, they can't make that vote.
Mm-hmm.
I personally hope the whole thing passes and we get it over with, because either that or you'll see, if it just a small portion passes, you'll see that happen, and then you'll see the school board's already made plans to go forward and keep trying if it doesn't work, and
It'll be in a more piecemeal manner.
Yeah, and so I just hope it can pass and move on, and I think it will be a good thing to attract new families to our community. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
And the kids that are here.
Yeah,
we have a lot of good kids. My sport was track, cross country, basketball. We need facilities for all those. Not cross country, obviously, but track, yes, we do. Got some good athletes coming up. Fun kids.
All right.
Back to you.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Ann. So we've got with us on the phone a candidate for District 4 on the hospital board. Sam Newsom joining us. Sam, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing this evening?
Great.
Yeah, we're getting by. We just had a conversation with Gary Gamble. He is running for county board. And let's shift gears, though, and talk about the hospital, Sam. Brian and I, earlier in the show tonight, were talking about this time last November, that the hospital board seat probably would have been viewed as like the key thing on the ballot this year for local elections, like the issues happening at the hospital with administration, with some policy things, and the board itself. Like a year ago, November into December, biggest storyline in Cook County, and that's tapered off to an extent. And I'm wondering, Sam, what your read is on why maybe some of the other issues or topics have kind of taken precedent here in the local election based on where we were a year ago.
No, it's a great question, and I really appreciate both of you having us on tonight, and also just staying on through this late night and giving us all the information. I think it hasn't really quieted down at all, right? The conversations that I've had with community members and potential constituents around issues that they're concerned about haven't slowed. If anything, it's increased. It's just that it's coming, honestly, I think, to myself and others directly. And one of the things that we all have to be cognizant and aware of is we're coming off of the busy season. Mm-hmm. We also have so many other issues, right, that are taking up all of, I would say, our bandwidth, whether that's workforce or whether that's housing and other things. So probably not falling off, just not quite as precedent or right on top of our minds.
Right. How do you feel that the campaigns were run? Because there was so much passion around who's going to be on the hospital board and calls for change. And I think that you were a pretty level-headed response and person engaging in some of those conversations with the community, Sam. But just how do you feel that the campaign itself went, either for you, for Doug, for Milan, for Kay, just in general, how that went, where it seemed like it could have been quite contentious at one point?
I think that it could have been quite contentious, and I am really proud of just the partnership and strategy that Milan and I were able to do against the nonpartisan position, something that I think both of us take very, very seriously, but also realize we can learn from each other, right? Myself as a technology leader and Dr. Schmidt as a practice leader and family physician in the community for well over a decade, really just try to focus on what we can bring and what we can learn for other individuals. I mean, I definitely am, I think, disappointed in the same way I was disappointed in many of the community members were disappointed as well last November, like you said, when they were just not sessions or not the availability for folks to really be listened to. And so I'm really proud of what Milan and I were able to do in having a few listening sessions, and also just being available online and being available to anybody to communicate and try to gain some of that trust back when it comes to healthcare leadership.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we asked this of Gary. What'd you do today on election day? How'd you spend your day? Just in a broad sense, you get to the courthouse, or tell us do some last minute campaigning, that sort of thing?
Oh, that's a great question. I think I thought it'd be a crazier day than it was, but no, I got the kids off to school and I took the dogs for a walk, and I work remote, so really spent the majority of the day on meetings. But luckily enough, this afternoon took a sauna down by Lake Superior, and just tried to realize that no matter what happens, the sun's going to come up tomorrow, and we're one heck of a community who's all going to continue to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. What's your scene here for election night? You got you got a wild, crazy party, or what's going on?
Oh, not at all. I have my wife Katie and I hanging out, enjoying the fire, and just trying to flip from channel to channel, and the pups happily snoring away.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So you're following more the national news. It sounds like.
Oh, we're just flipping through things. I think, honestly, just refreshing the Minnesota Secretary of State site. But at the same time, it'd be great to find out tonight how things are going. But again, the sun's going to rise tomorrow. We're all going to have to tackle these problems as a community. So just kind of taking it 1 minute, 1 hour, one day at a time. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Sam. We're talking with Sam Newsom. He's a candidate for the local hospital board here in Cook County. A lot of attention around this election here in our community. A lot of discussion about the hospital board itself in the past year here in Cook County, leading up to this night, where we'll see what happens if there's change brought to the local hospital board. Sam, thanks a lot. Appreciate your time this evening.
Same to you as well. Have a great night.
Yep. Thanks, Sam. Yep.
Well, I think that's a pretty reflective that things with the hospital board didn't necessarily fall off, or that some of those issues that Sam and Dr. Schmidt were talking about and very spirited about, and having that enthusiasm from community members about, that it didn't necessarily change, is what Sam's saying. It's still there. Basically.
It's still there. Like the letters stopped. Mm-hmm. And I think people got a little frustrated, and that's why they stopped writing letters. But they always, everybody said that was writing letters to the paper was saying they were going to try change the hospital board through votes. We'll see if that happens.
Right.
That was their strategy. So it wasn't like they were giving up. They were just, that's the new strategy. It's the only way they could see change happening. So, mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if it's similar to say that when we were talking about the number of lawn signs don't necessarily mean that you're going to win. The number of letters to the editor don't mean that issue is gonna be the front and center forever.
No,
they're not necessarily reflective of what outcomes are. Is what I'm trying to illustrate.
That's very true. Yeah. They went for quite a long time. And I think people just said, well, we could write letters forever and nothing's going to change until the board changes. Mm-hmm. That's what I was hearing over and over again. So they stopped writing letters and they started working more to get candidates to run. Mm-hmm. And they succeeded. So
All right, let's see.
man.
We've got some very limited results for District 3A and the congressional district, 8th congressional district. No Cook County results have yet come in, Brian.
Come on, Brady. Get going, Brady.
And so we heard from Gary that he went down and voted. You were down at the courthouse, and you said you voted today, Brian, because you live in town. You and Gary both live in town, and so you don't do mail-in ballots as many people do who live here in Cook County.
Half the county voted this year with mail-in ballots. That's what Brady said. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's traditionally that's all I've ever done in Cook County. Yeah. I've never lived in town in city limits, and so the whole idea of voting by mail is it's the only way I know how to do it here in this community, certainly, and I've done it in the past elsewhere. In Oregon, I voted by mail or early. And I don't even think of it as an earlier absentee. It's just that's how you vote.
Right.
And so I think in the context of Cook County, or where we see some of the national dialogue, or even in Minnesota elsewhere, I saw that the Secretary of State was talking about early ballots day, like as though that's some sort of a unique thing. And I think for our community here in Cook County, there's nothing unique about that at all. It's just the way it's done.
The AP said that half the country voted early. That's pretty amazing, and so it's not unique to Cook County at all, obviously. So I do know people that will drive in and vote from even Schroeder. They just do. That's what they do.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I take my ballot to the courthouse. I think I like the security of knowing that I brought my ballot.
It got there.
That it got there.
Right.
As I have faith in the postal service, the mail, but I like taking that ballot because it's an important thing to me that I want to be depositing it into that drop box, and so that's an option. When I say vote by mail, maybe it's all in how you look at it, I suppose. It's election night 2024. It's been a lot of lead up to get to where we are here this evening as a nation, as a state, here in Minnesota, the district, region, and here in our community of Cook County. This definitely has been an election that seemed like a pretty long road to get to this point tonight. And Brian, who's been the editor of the newspaper for a long time, and myself, Joe Friedrichs, is here with Brian Larsen, and that we've covered a fair amount of elections in this community. And this evening, we're coming to you live on YouTube to try to present something different, and that is a place of calm conversation as we talk about local issues amidst all of this national stuff that's happening, and even at the state level, and the rapidness and the rapid fire of media itself in this day and age. There's absolutely nothing flashy about what we're doing this evening, and that's intentional, based on logistics and what we wanted to present to you.
Right.
We had a conversation with Sam Newsom on the phone, like put him on speakerphone. That's about as basic as it gets. We had Gary Gamble walk down from his home here in Grand Marais and sit in this old wooden seat that the newspaper had in the back. Yep. And so we're just trying to present something that hopefully you're finding calm and rewarding wherever you're watching from this evening. And that could be anywhere. When we're on YouTube, people could be streaming this from another country, another state, or down the shore in Two Harbors or Duluth, wherever you're watching from. We're really appreciative that you're here with us this evening on a cold, kind of gray, rainy November evening here on the North Shore of Lake Superior. And thanks for tuning in. And we're going to be with you until we get some of certainly the issues that are on the whiteboard that Ann put together for us resolved, and that we know the results of those local elections that are on that board. Will be here live with you until that time. And those are county board seats, Cook County Board of Commissioners, as well as the school referendum and some of the issues specific to the hospital. And also, if time permits and allows, we'll be talking about District 3A seat as well as the 8th Congressional. Looks like they're starting to come in, and we've got 27% of the precincts for District 3A, which is, as you said, Brian, a massive part of northeastern Minnesota.
Huge.
I mean, hours long in many directions.
Yeah.
Encompasses the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, the Iron Range, the shore here, North Shore, and down to Silver Bay and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, a huge area.
Yep.
So we've got some results. 27% of the precincts in, and right now Harley is in front. Our Rich is actually out in front. Rich True is in the Independent at 34%. At 27% precincts reporting. So Droba at 29% and Scraba at 28%. Brian, what do you know about this? What can you tell us about this?
I don't know Rich True. If he wins, that'll be a big shock. That will be a shock. And
that would shock you. You said nothing would shock you.
I said nothing would shock me. That would shock me. But you know what? I'm all for it. I know the other two candidates. I don't really know him. Yeah, we'll find out.
Well, he's ahead right now.
Yeah, he's ahead.
This 27% of the precincts, and we'll find out what precincts it are that these reports are coming in. It could be specific to where maybe Rich lives or had more of a base, so that number could flush out a little bit. But we also
That's kind of big.
We also don't want to, in the state of Minnesota, where Jesse Ventura was the governor at one point, be shocked when we're talking about independent candidates. Here in this, but we had not, and this is a fault on us, had not even mentioned Rich as we're talking about Harley, and was Rich at the where you moderated?
Nope, he wasn't there.
Wow,
wow, he wasn't. And
that's a big deal.
Yeah, I know, and
What do you know about him?
Not much. I can tell you, I don't know much about him at all.
Yeah.
So, I knew he was running, but I don't. Yeah. Really didn't invest much time in learning much about him.
Okay.
And if he wins, he must have run one heck of a campaign. That's all I can say.
Well, I mean, you talked about some of this is a very generic term, dark money seeping into politics. There were more flyers that I had in my mailbox
I know, me too.
For the District 3A seat than any other race. Then I'm talking about presidential,
anything,
congressional.
Yeah.
There was a lot of money put into printed ads that showed up in my mailbox for this race.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering where an underdog or somebody flying under the radar in that could mount a campaign. And evidently, it's just over a quarter percent of the precincts reporting, but that something like that could be appealing.
Yeah. Well, okay. So when Jesse Ventura won, I was working at the paper and I came in and I said, so who won the governor? And one of the reporters said Ventura, and I said, "Okay, who won the governor race?" And he said Ventura, and I said, "All right, knock it off. Who won the governor race?"
Yeah, you weren't buying it at first.
No, not at all. And then he goes, "Jesse Ventura is Minnesota governor." And I was like, I had to go to my computer and said, "Oh, knock it off." And I went, "Oh my gosh!" So
yeah, wow.
I got to interview him. I spent like 3 hours interviewing him. It was
here in Cook County. Or?
No, I went down to St. Paul, interviewed him in his office.
He gave you 3 hours
about something like that.
Yeah.
It was a long interview.
Specific to things up here,
no,
Boundary Waters things, or
I interviewed
Iron Range,
everything.
Yeah,
I brought down a proposal from our school district that they were asking for, because we're so far away from other schools, maybe some special legislation. It was written by the board, and we discussed that, but we discussed a lot of issues. I learned one thing about Jesse Ventura. He would bring in his educational director, who would sit in the chair, and he would spout numbers and just roll for like a half an hour. And he would say, "Is this right?" And the person nodded, yes. And he'd bring in the land director, whoever. And they would sit there, and he would just boom, numbers. And it's like, this is not the guy. He did throw out some fun quotes, but I'm like, this is not the guy I've read about or seen.
The guy in Predator that
no,
has
not at all.
Strange.
And so I got done with that, and he, like I said, I ran like 10 articles, on things, and he did throw some fun quotes in there and stuff. And it was not long after that in the Star Tribune, there was a letter to the editor saying, why do we have this governor? His English is so poor. He's so stupid, blah, blah, blah. And a couple days later, his college English teacher wrote back and replied and said, he's 4.0. He has perfect grammar. It's an act. It's just an act. And I thought, yep, it's just an act. He's an actor. He's a very good actor. And he was very smart.
Yeah. All right. Hey, we got from our correspondent here helping us out this evening and possibly with some information about Rich True. He's 33 years old. His campaign headquarters are in Two Harbors. Rich True, was he up against? What's the name? Is he in local politics somewhere else?
I don't know that. I don't know.
And he's ahead right now.
Yeah,
in the 3A reporting. We got to find out what precinct that is for where those numbers are coming in from,
right? So
that we can have a better understanding of exactly what's going on with this situation with Rich True, who is evidently right now at least leading the District 3A race.
Pretty exciting.
We do have the numbers that we can call either Roger or Harley and see what's happening on their end this evening. Maybe we'll let that flush out just a little bit
longer. They're
before to reach out and say, did you see this coming with Rich True? And they're saying, well, yeah, but it's just that one precinct. So we'll give that a little bit more time to flush itself out. There were, Brian, over 1 million people that voted early in Minnesota. 1.1 was what the Secretary of State reported. There's a lot of people that get out typically in an election year, presidential election year, that makes the numbers go up. But it doesn't necessarily change how Cook County voters respond to elections. And I think a part of that is the things you're talking about, that the newspaper, the radio, Boreal, that there's platforms here in our community that other places, other communities, similar size, 5,000 people, don't have that.
No, they don't.
So the people don't have that level of engagement. The residents aren't as excited about elections. They don't feel they're actually involved in it in a way. And that's different in Cook County. I think that the robust media platform that we have where you can hear people as easily as flipping on your radio at home, and it's like, okay, this is the person that's running for a hospital board or county board, or you can pick up the newspaper, you get it delivered to your mailbox, it's written by a local resident, so that you can see the person's picture that way in the newspaper. We've got Boreal that's been around for a long time, and it has a platform now for sharing some of that type of stuff too. We've got Fernlin and I doing the podcast where we can get people to come on and talk about some of these local issues as well. Like, that's very unique. What other county in Minnesota is there a newspaper that you're familiar with that's in a place that's a similar size? I mean, even in Lake County, they've had some issues with the newspaper staying around there. I know Cherry Road's involved down there now, but it doesn't seem like there's that much abundance in even a place like Lake County for platforms for candidates like there is here. This is such a unique thing that we have in Cook County.
I know. Well, that's a good question. I think too, when you look at, we have a lot of politicians that have cabins up here too, or places to stay.
Oh yeah.
Lutzen
is the former Senate majority. Susan Kent spends time up here.
Amy Klobuchar.
Klobuchar's got
Tina Smith. I think we've got the senators.
Right.
So
right.
I mean, there is and all of it because of where we're at, got the biggest lake in the world right out. The big pond right out here, and then we got the boundary waters. So you have a lot of issues. A lot of people care about our area, as you know. How many visitors? Millions every year come through here too. We're engaged. There's no question about it. But you almost have to be if you live up here. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I get the point you're making about people who don't live here have such a passion for this place or a connection or property, whatever it is, but that still doesn't take away from the high voter turnout. Like that doesn't have anything to do with high voter turnout necessarily, other than maybe somebody moves here and they care about it so much that they want to be involved. But I think that the means for people to learn about the candidates plays a role in that high voter turnout.
Yeah.
And I hope that people watching us tonight on YouTube or listening or they're bouncing back and forth between following the results on TV and they've got the radio on, whatever it is you're doing, following it on social media and so forth. Like, I hope you appreciate that Cook County does have this really high voter turnout, because that is something to be really proud of if you're a voter in Cook County. And it definitely is something that, as a member of the press and the media, that I'm definitely proud. And I think that we do play a role in that.
We do.
In helping get that number and awareness up, that like even that there is an election coming up. When it's a presidential year, it's pretty obvious that a lot of people, it's the talk of the country. But in these off years, we still have that high turnout, and that's the difference, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But again, we have a lot of issues around our community, because of a lot of state land, federal land, boundary waters, as you're well acquainted with, lake issues. So people that come up here and live up here care a lot about our area. And I just think that stuff's all on ballots in one way or form or another. And so you go out and you vote because you're voting for your area. You're voting to protect it. And we have a lot of people here that are very well educated too.
Right.
And so
well, we've got some updates on the 3A precincts that have been reporting so far, where Rich True was ahead in that first dumping of the ballots that came in from the precincts. At 27% of those precinct votes are in now. Part of Itasca County is included in that, and part of Kuching County.
Okay.
So that's where those votes are coming in from, that have Rich True out in front. I mean, this is like our first race of the night that we're following, and Brian, who said that nothing was going to surprise him, is already surprised.
Yeah, surprised.
So we're going to keep our eye on that very closely.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show on an election night, and it goes to what Gary was saying earlier about why he didn't come down here and start declaring victory, even though he's the only candidate on the ballot, because things happen in politics. Things that seem impossible occur.
We had Dewey wins,
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
So
yes, exactly.
Yeah. You don't know.
You don't know.
Right.
And that's a big part of why we're here tonight, and why we will keep reiterating and emphasizing this voice of calm. And what Brian and I are trying to bring to the show and the platform here this evening is that this is something different. In the lead up to this, that was a big talking point. Why are you going to do this? There's already you got social media. Why don't you just sort of sit at the computer and hammer out updates and do it that way, or wait until the morning, or wait until the paper comes out, for crying out loud. Like, what's the point? And the point of Brian and I, when we had conversations about doing this, and Steve Fernlund was involved in those conversations too initially, and Laura from Boreal too, just a lesser extent, essentially getting permission to do this from them, was we wanted to do something different and have some calm results and conversations with local people about local issues in a way that there's nothing flashy going on. It's like, look, we're all going to be following this tonight, no matter what. And the people who are watching the show right now, you watching the show, like, you're probably watching this for a reason, and that's because the other things happen nationally, maybe are overwhelming, or whatever the case might be. But as we were just expressing gratitude for the high voter turnout, thank you for watching and being here with us tonight. It's really cool that we've got people tuning in and engaging with the show this evening. So thank you. I really appreciate that a lot.
Appreciate it.
And the results are going to start coming in fairly soon, probably. Like, as we start to move closer to 10 o'clock, I know in the past that's been something in the back of my mind that I've always thought, okay, Brady's going to be doing something around 10, getting some stuff down to St. Paul around 10. And then how long does it take from there? Like, that's the next part of the equation. And so we're getting closer to that 10 o'clock hour as the evening moves on. And we will be checking in with Roger Scraba and Harley here pretty soon and just getting a read on what's going on with that. So we've got an update on the race for Washington in the White House, 210 for Trump and 112 for Harris.
Wow.
So that's the numbers on that, and the total is 270. 270 is the total number there for victory. So 210 to 112 is where we're at on that for 113 for Trump and Harris in the White House. So we did say we'd keep those numbers coming in as well on the show. We've had some updates about the 8th Congressional, and that's such a massive district. And I know as we're talking about some of the issues related to the White House and so forth, that Superior National Forest and the Boundary Waters and copper nickel mining probably has had more attention and energy and discussion nationally this year than even when Rick Nolan was there and some of these other people who engaged very vocally on that issue of copper nickel mining near the Boundary Waters. That I think that this year was probably the most, at least in my experience.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and I think the Biden administration kind of put the kibosh to it for like 20 years.
Yeah, a moratorium on that.
A moratorium, and so. Yeah, and it's interesting because just across the border, they're going that way. It's the same ground, same water, but they're going to probably be mining
around in that area.
Yeah, it's a bit further off, but it's not all that far off. So, yeah.
And so depending, and that's where it's not like we're ignoring when we say we're really focused on the local issues.
Yeah.
National politics do have an impact on our local community because of the abundance of federal land, in particular in Superior National Forest, but also state lands. And that's why it matters who is the president, who's representing the 8th Congressional. It matters who's representing District 3A, who's the governor of Minnesota. Like, those things all are of significance to local issues.
So what if Waltz gets in and he's vice president? We will have a new governor. I suppose Flanagan would go up, I suppose.
Flanagan becomes a governor, correct?
Yeah, and then
first Native American governor, right?
Would be interesting.
So that would be a huge part of why the presidential election means something to Minnesota in a way that it hasn't quite some time.
Yeah.
And but we'll see what happens with that. 210 Trump, 112 Harris right now, and we've got some
still early.
We got some early results coming in from District 3A. Rich True out in front in the first round of numbers that came in on that. We'll keep you updated there, and then we'll start getting into the very, very local elections probably now within a half an hour or so. I'd expect we'll probably start to see some of those. And of those, the race that is of the biggest attention or highlight for our community and people watching this program, assuming that there's a lot of local people watching, is who's going to win District 4 between Ann Sullivan and Dean Berglund. I'm wondering just what you've heard around town here in the newspaper office about what people are thinking is going to happen with Dean Berglund, Ann Sullivan, and who's going to win, basically, Brian.
I've literally, I've had some people, well, you can flip a coin from everything I've heard. That's what I've heard. It's going to be that close. Some people, I think because of the signs, Dean said lots of signs, think that he's going to win, that he's gained a lot of attention and popularity. He's going to win. And then there are other people that say, well, that Ann's been there a long time. She's a board chair, she's the kind of leader of the county board, and she's gonna win. But boy, I don't know. No one's calling it. No one's saying for sure they know. I know that. and I don't think anybody does it. We'll see.
The only thing it sounds like that would surprise you is if some third party write-in candidate or that you weren't even factoring in would win. Like that would surprise you.
So Rich Truth is from two Harbors.
Yeah.
And so Kitty Mayo is very good at, she set up the debate, and I don't know if he was invited.
Wow.
And so I'll have to call Kitty tomorrow morning and say, hey, come on, Kitty, what the heck's going on here?
And it could be right that precinct is the only one that really has much sway in where things end up. It could be. And so ultimately it could be one of those early on, it was this way, but it didn't end up that way.
I would be shocked if it ends up that way. That would be, I said I wouldn't be shocked, but I would be shocked. But that's all right. That's why we have elections.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we play sports. You don't know who's going to win.
Right.
You can think but you're not always right. That's for sure.
Okay, here we go. Now looks like things are leveling out. As you say that, we've now got 29 of the 101 precincts in Scraba now at 51%, and Harley at 35%, and Rich True at 12%.
Yeah.
So there we go. That sort
changed.
of took care of itself, but
Right.
Still not completely necessarily out of the race, but looks like that's probably leveling out as far as Rich True is concerned anyway.
And that race is still early, so we'll see.
Right.
It'll be, like I said, I think either one of them will do real well.
Mm-hmm. As far as the District 3A seat and Roger and Harley and their similarities and so forth.
Very similar. And like I said, they both had talked about their ability to work with Grant.
Mm-hmm.
Grant's kind of the key. I mean, he is so, and he's very effective at what he does.
Yeah, and Grant is somebody, when I talk with people in Duluth in particular, who I have heard his name tossed out as somebody who would potentially run for that 8th congressional district seat over time. Or this, I haven't heard that from Grant. I haven't asked him about it either. I haven't talked to him in probably almost a year at this point, but that he is somebody who has political aspirations and somebody who is doing work as a politician in a way that makes sense when you're talking about Roger Scraba, who's a GOP on the House side and crossing that aisle and so forth. So I think that having somebody in that position can be both a blessing for a district and ultimately they go on to other things and do other stuff.
I very much would be shocked if he doesn't go on and move up. And he moved from North Dakota to Hermantown to run for politics. I mean, he's not. He lost. I don't know, a race early in his home state.
And then he was on the staff of Klobuchar.
Yeah, he was.
And was got involved through those channels, and then and was probably not necessarily expected. I mean, Bach, when that transition occurred, wasn't necessarily. I don't think he even endorsed Grant, or maybe there was some sort of a
there was. I don't remember all the ins and outs of that, but. I mean, but Grant has been forthright, and I really appreciate that. I really do. I mean, it's like, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to be a politician. This is what I'm trained to do. And then he goes out and actually does it, and he does a really good job. He works really, really hard. I worry about him burning out a little bit because he goes 100 miles an hour. He's still young, though, I suppose. So, I really appreciate Grant.
Okay. Well, we're covering local politics here. We're coming up on another top of the hour here in just a couple of minutes, the 10 o'clock hour. We have been talking about local elections now for 2 hours. We've had a couple of guests join us in the show this evening. Gary Gamble was down earlier, and Sam Yusuf joined us on the phone from his home. And Sam's running for the hospital board, Gary for the Cook County Board of Commissioners. And we're glad that you're tuned in and hanging out with us on YouTube tonight. Thanks to YouTube for allowing the space to have this platform and these types of local election shows. And also thanks to Boreal for helping us set this up as well. And to the News-Herald for hosting us this evening, letting us come in here and doing some stuff. I know, Brian, you've got a lot going on, getting the newspaper ready to go to print, and it's deadline day. So thanks for making time to do this. And if you ever need to, by the way, like do some stuff or step away for a minute, totally cool. We can help cover the thing here before the results come in, because when they come in, they're going to start pouring in fast.
They will. I know.
That's how it goes.
I'll wait when we're done. I'll type it all up, and it'll be good.
Nice. I hope you got some more coffee. Was that something we need to address?
Do you want coffee? I have coffee. And do you want any coffee? Yeah, and one's coffee. You know what? I'm going to step away.
All right. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Joe, do you want coffee?
No, I'm just fine. Yeah, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. So thanks for tuning in and hanging out with us tonight. We're going to be around for another while, probably at least an hour, maybe two. The plan could, as long as we need to be until we start getting some of these local results here from Cook County in particular shared with you. We're going to be talking with more of the candidates as well throughout the evening as some of the results come in. We've got direct lines to the local candidates for sure. The District 4 seat on the county board, we're hoping to speak with one of the candidates involved with that, as well as with this District 3A seat that we've been talking about fairly extensively with Roger Scraba and Harley. We've got direct lines to them. And we'll let you know what the results are, and you can hear from the candidates on this show. That's the point of doing this coverage this evening. Of course, for Brian here at the newspaper, he would have been working this evening anyway, as he expressed, getting the results ready to be shared in the next issue of the Cook County News-Herald. And Steve Fernland and I, when we started the Sure Thing podcast, we didn't necessarily set out to do election coverage on election night, but it just kind of lined up that with Boreal's support that we were able to have this show for you on election night here on November 5th. And as some of the results are coming in and it's starting to be a little bit clearer picture nationally about what's going on with the presidential election and some of the other races that we're going to really be focusing in on what's happening here in Cook County, because obviously that information about the White House and who's winning the presidential election and that race right now is happening. You can find that information in about anywhere right now. You turn on your phone and you can find it. And what we're doing here, as Brian walks by with a cup of coffee, is about as far away from that whole theme and energy about what's happening with that abundance of information that's coming about what's happening in Washington. And it's not to downplay that or say that isn't important. It is. Why we're talking about doing this locally and keeping it focused locally is because that's what matters to us in this small media environment in which we occupy some space, and share that with other organizations, including places like the Star Tribune and NPR and other outlets that cover the North Shore and the Boundary Waters. And that's those same reasons that you were talking about, Brian, is that people care about this place. And it's not just the people who live here. There's a lot of attention that goes into the news items happening here in Cook County. And has that always been the case, Brian? Like has the Star Tribune, NPR, have they always kind of moved in on the turf, so to say?
Yeah. In fact, to sometimes to a very silly extent. There was a period a few years ago where they were just, everybody was here coming to the office and talking to me, and they were writing. I was like, "You're here for what?"
Other journalists were coming into the newspaper?
From the Star Tribune and NPR and stuff. And I've had friends work for NPR and stuff. And I'm like, "You're doing what?" And so it's just any reason to come up to the North Shore. I don't blame them. I get it. But when you write about beavers in the harbor and you write about, the waterfalls, okay, wonderful. But it's like they're anything they could think of. And they get some boss to sign off on it. And I'm like, wow. You guys, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, what's the policy of the News-Herald in terms of visitors? Like, other media, like the front door. I
It's
mean,
always
when I
open.
come in, I just sort of barge in.
No,
or
it's
whatever,
always
but
good.
Is that cool?
It's
I guess.
always good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's fun to meet a lot of these people, and they're in the same business, and so yeah, we help each other out, and it's always a good thing. But like I said, there was a point in time a few years ago when they were showing up, and I was like, really? And just for one silly story after another, and I was like, oh. I was maybe a little jealous.
Right.
I have to say.
Yeah. And most newsrooms, presumably to some extent, are working tonight on this election night and covering their local elections in the same way we're covering Cook County. And hopefully the people appreciate the work that goes into something like that. I mean, that the planning, the interviews that you've done beforehand, the time, the commitment that goes into coverage. It's not just tonight.
No,
it's a whole lead up to it. It's the follow up. It's Brian saying that he's going to stay here until the pre-dawn hours and typing up the story so that you can read the newspaper on Friday, Saturday, whenever you get it.
Yeah,
and that's a lot of work, and it's something that having been on the other side of it too, Brian, working at newspapers before I did radio and now more kind of different media platforms, is that the newspaper is a ton of work to make that thing go.
It is. Yeah, you know it. Ann knows it. Ann worked here. She knows. Yeah. So, but it certainly is a lot of work.
And on a night like this across Minnesota, just to keep it in Minnesota state lines, the people are having these same results, and journalists, we're not immune from the results. We vote too, right? Brian said he was down earlier voting, so we have opinions or hopes about what the outcome is going to be, and then to also navigate that in an objective way and type up the results and share these results. And here Brian and I are you can see our faces, so we don't have the ability to sort of disengage from some of those things, and that is part of the job too, is that you need to find that separation from that as you're sharing it to the public. And I know that, Brian, you've done a really good job of that in your career about navigating that part of the job.
I try as hard as I can. Here we go.
So we're getting now some more AP update on national 214 for Trump and 179 Harris.
Getting close. And
so it's starting to get a little bit closer in that regard as those results start to continue to come in. And now let's see, in California Pacific time, it's 8:00 there now. So probably most of the polls are closed across the country at this point in the evening here at 10:05 in Minnesota and Grand Marais. I love to see that people are coming and going from the show. We can kind of keep tabs, and there's one number that shows, I think, maybe to the public how many people are watching. And then there's this other analytic thing that we have as the host or the user that's probably showing something a little more specific, and that people are bouncing around and getting some news and information from like a variety of sources. And that's what I would be doing too if I was at home watching. So thanks for everybody for coming and going. And we're here at the News-Herald. If you're just hopping on, I see we just had another uptick of people that just hopped on. So we're here live. It's the 5th of November. It's election night 2024. We're at the newspaper office in Grand Marais, Minnesota. It's this guy's turf here, Brian Larsen, the longtime editor of this local newspaper. I'm Joe Friedrichs. I've been involved in media here in Grand Marais and Cook County for a number of years. And we're talking about what's going on in the local elections tonight. We're very anxiously now starting to wait for some of the county board seats, the hospital
local
board.
Elections.
Local elections, school referendum, all these things that are on the ballot. I'm wondering, Brian, your take about the fact that we haven't even had to mention the city council. We probably should have, but they're the same as Gary's in even less dramatic, if you want to use that word, or I will use that word, in the sense that there's not really much speculation about who's going to win or if somebody's going to be enough write-ins to win. It's Craig and Mayor Tracy again and
Bill Lovis.
Yeah, and Bill and
Yep.
Michael Gary, right?
Yep.
They're going to be on the council. It's not
They're
going to
gonna-
change.
No.
And what's your take on that? Because same as Gary's seat, and that's why I asked him about it. Is, you know, was he disappointed that somebody didn't step up and run? I mean, is that a reflection of a politics and engagement in our community? In a sense, is that disappointing?
I'll go to the county board. The county board is such a busy board. They're tasked with being in so many meetings a month that I think a lot of younger people just absolutely can't do it because they're working and they just need to, you know, so they just don't have time to run. I think there are younger people that would like to run.
You're talking about the county
board.
Uh-huh.
Now the city council, they're involved. It's not nearly as, you know, laborious. I will say Tracy has basically been almost a full-time mayor. She's everywhere. I see her name everywhere at all kinds of meetings, and she's working very, very hard. So, yeah, I would have thought maybe some more people would have jumped into that race, but, you know, they didn't.
Right.
So.
And it doesn't have to always be about the fear or I'm running only because that person's running.
Yeah. No.
It in a robust democracy, or
right,
a better democracy, for maybe it isn't the exact term, but that people are running because they want to run.
That's why you should run. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've got something you want to say, something you can bring to a board or a council, and you're committed. You know, I will say the councils, they seem all very committed, and they're working hard and trying hard. And the county board's the same thing. County board's a bigger commitment, though.
Right. And I think it's interesting, though, Brian, because we've been highlighting the fact that we have this great voter turnout, and I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of headlines around that. Maybe you'll even run a headline,
I will.
You know, about the high voter turnout.
Right.
But the other side of that is that we don't get many people to run for office.
I know, but
seems like such a juxtaposition, or like those don't make sense.
But we have a retirement community. Those people are usually done. Doesn't mean they have to be, and you might find some of those people, very well accomplished people, by the way, and maybe you'll see somebody run in the future from that pool of people. The younger people are all working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, and they just don't have time or the energy. And you know, so we're 5,600 people, but in the winter, what are we, 4,500? We have 1,000 people leave, I'm sure. You know, so the pool isn't that big of people to run.
Potentially. And but what we saw with the hospital was there was this attention placed on it, and then I'm going to run. Sam and Dr. Schmidt saying, you know, I'm running because something's got to change here.
Right.
And maybe part of what's happening in local governance, as you're saying, is that people don't feel that sense of urgency around the need to engage in change or something. But it still is it's such a change from the high voter turnout, and my goodness, there's all this engagement in local politics, yet nobody runs for.
I know
there's empty seats and so forth.
Right.
It's an interesting thing.
It is. But that's what you see on all the boards. You see, just if anybody runs, it's just one person against another person. Usually it's not like a bunch of people are jumping in and competing. Yeah,
and we've had, I think in 2020, we did have some primaries, and there were some races that initially, you know, 4 or 5 people, 4 or 5 people.
That's rare, though.
And even for the council, there were multiple people running.
Well,
but
they recruited. They didn't have people, and then they recruited. They had a bunch of people jump in, which was good.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what happened there too. You know, it's like you don't think anybody's going to go, and then all of a sudden you get a bunch. And then some people are like, "Well, I wouldn't have done it if I would have known." But I'm glad people do go out and try run. It's hard. I did run one time for commissioner seat.
You did.
I did.
You ran.
I ran
for a Cook County Board of Commissioners seat.
I did.
And when was this? First of all,
I don't know what year, but I ran against Bob Sprite and Fritz Vanya, and they were both campaigning full time. I was working full time.
You, as a working at the paper, ran?
I was working at the paper.
How did you plan to navigate that?
I would have I would have left the paper if I would have won. That's
Yeah.
what I would have done, because you cannot. That's have that overlap, right?
When it was this, like in the 90s or something, or
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. So anyway, I ran and I got to like
wow,
36 different houses and talked to people, and I got like 38 votes. That's all I got. But those guys work full time. They work very hard.
Yeah.
And I will give Fritz credit. When we were on the radio and we were getting asked questions, he had gone out and gave his friends questions to call in. And so he was going, Bob and I were laughing very hard, but good for Fritz. That was very smart. So
planted the questions.
He planted the questions and he had the answers.
They didn't have Deb Benedict pick up on that and screen those out. Huh?
No, it was all kind of fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed running, it was like, but I did the best I could for the time I had.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people I got to, I think they voted for me, but
that District 2 or what?
Yeah, that would have been District 2.
Yeah.
And so I just didn't have time. They were campaigning all day long, and it's like, okay, that's good. They were both good candidates.
Mm-hmm.
And so
and what is it that made you want to do that?
Well, I've been covering county board, and I would have definitely had some things to say.
So you had the old if only I was in charge.
Well, it wasn't even that. It was like there was some things I just would have liked to see. Maybe I could have turned the corner on. That's all.
That's really interesting, Brian. I had no knowledge of that whatsoever.
Yeah, and so that was my one time, and that was good enough. And but I do appreciate anybody that runs. It's a lot of work and a lot of time and commitment and money.
Mm-hmm.
I had signs. I didn't have as many as Dean, but I had some signs. And so,
Brian Larsen for county commissioner. Yeah. Wow, you still got one of those hanging around in the garage? I
don't know if I do or not. I doubt it, because I've cleaned the garage. The garage needs another deep cleaning, but I have cleaned it a couple times.
I would love to hang that up in the office if you find that. I would definitely.
I don't know that I have any, but yeah.
Huh.
But the garage is at that point where it needs to be gone over again. So, yeah. Yeah,
right. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in for election coverage. We're talking about local issues here that matter to voters in Cook County this evening, and we're expecting a really high voter turnout today based on just general observations of the courthouse today and the fact that so many people, as is often the case, send in their ballots early because people vote by mail in Cook County. Yeah. So once those results start to come in, we're going to see a lot of action in a hurry. And now that we're past 10, quarter into the hour here at 10:15 exactly, we're going to have a lot of news to share with you in a short amount of time. So in the lead up to get to where we are now, we've analyzed a lot of these different these issues, these races, these elections that we're talking about, from what's happening with the 8th Congressional to District 3A to our hospital board. Like, now is the time that we're about to start reading you some of the results when they come in and updates. And we'll be hearing from some more voices. I'll be stepping away briefly again once that kicks in, and Ann will probably kind of be jumping more into the seat here and sharing some of the results as those are coming in, and allowing me the chance to step out and get some of the candidates and potentially some of the people who win some of these results on the phone. And we'll hear from them either directly, or we'll hear from, I'll just relay whatever it is that they share with me, as I'm sure they're going to be hearing from a lot of people, and maybe at some of the events wherever they are. International Falls is where Scraba is tonight, for example, or Harley's down in St. Paul, to some of our hospital board candidates just kind of hanging out with the dogs, as Sam told us, and his family at home, and taking it easy, got the fire going and so forth. And Gary, I think, said he was gonna watch us on YouTube and eat some acorn squash. That's right. He's putting on an old Vikings game or something. Yeah, so
still aren't going to win, Gary. Sorry.
So whatever they're up to, and it's probably quite similar to what you're up to. You're watching this show because you care about what's happening in Cook County and with our elections here in our community. And as we've said, that doesn't remove the importance of who wins the White House. It does matter, and it does impact things here in Cook County and the Boundary Waters and Lake Superior the environment to just the local culture as well. So it definitely does have an impact. And so we're talking about that this evening as well. Ann Postis is here at the News-Herald sharing getting us that information sort of behind the scenes, so to say. And I think the night is kind of just progressing as pretty much as I expected that it would. I know we had that little blip with the 3A race.
Yeah,
but
that was kind of fun.
Well, that was just a precinct sort of thing. And
Yeah.
I kind of thought that might have been the case. But we're just waiting now to see how things are going to start to shake out locally. And again, that's where it all ties back, at least in terms of what's going to happen. And the biggest unknown, a toss-up, maybe is a better way to think of it, going into the night, was what's going to happen with District 4.
Yeah, District 4. And I do think the school referendum is big, really big too.
As far as the unknown, or what's the outcome?
No idea.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be very interesting. So
when we talk
votes to come in,
right, Brian, and when we talk about the boundary for District 4, in my mind, I initially in my mind for District 4 go up the Gunflint Trail, then I go down Devil Track, and I head that way. I continue all the way down to the end of the Gunflint. Now I'm coming down toward like Linskoog and a little bit of County Road 14. You got to make sure you're on the right side of County Road 14, as Arvis Thompson found out, and no fault of her own. She found out, by the way. And so that's what I think of as District 4. If that sounds about accurate to you,
very accurate. Yeah,
generally speaking, that's the area for District 4, and that's a fair amount of people. Those are year-round residents. A lot of those, certainly the Devil Track area and Linskoog, and coming down, County Road 60 and that swath there. Like, so those are people that I'm sure are very curious about what's going to happen tonight and staying up and watching our show or following it online and hitting refresh on Secretary of State, getting the information on social media, wherever you are. But that's one that we are following very, very closely. And as soon as we get any information about that is going to be like front and center on what we'll be sharing with you. And then we've got the phone number to Dean and Ann as well. And Brian and I will break it down and share some perspective and analysis on that as well. Treading into some subjective analysis tonight about not the candidates themselves, but just vote the issues about what's important and where it falls in line with what's happening nationally, and then the presidential election and so forth. And there is, I think, in that District 4 race in particular, sort of some embodiment about the differences are pretty clear in who aligns with the presidential candidates, politically speaking, at least. I don't think there's much room for dispute about that. And so where that matches up with what happens nationally is a big part of that. We do have the latest from the Associated Press about, speaking of the presidential election, Trump at 230, Harris at 179. It's 270 for the Electoral College, 270 win. So Trump at 230, Harris 179. As the polls are closed across the country, and they've been closed here in Cook County for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So that's where we're at here in the state of Minnesota, and now people are. It's at that hour now where if you're up and you're watching and following along with politics tonight and election results, you're in for the long haul here, because this is it's important to you. You maybe voted today or recently, and you want to find out the results the same as Brian and I definitely do here this evening. And not just, as we were saying, Brian, not just because you have a paper to turn out, but because you went to the courthouse and you voted today.
Right. Exactly. It's important. It's always important. And if you don't vote, it's really important to go vote. Mm-hmm. And then you can have, if your candidate loses, or candidates, at least you can feel like you've tried. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. If you have a part in America, everybody can take part. Mm-hmm. We all have a part. And so just get out and vote, do your best. If you want to, like we were talking earlier about people that were protesting or, and you're doing it peacefully, that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
You want to put a sign in your yard, that's a good thing. Don't swear at the protesters. Don't pull signs out of the yards. We've had some of that, and we don't like that, So it'll be interesting to see who wins locally. It'll be interesting to see who wins nationally.
Right.
I think the Senate race here is going to be easy. One
with Klobuchar.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I haven't even really seen very much coverage about that actually in terms of the Senate race, and that's potentially just because I've stayed pretty hyper local on my consumption of election news this cycle, intentionally or not. That's just kind of how I've followed the local news this year leading up to the election and the election results, and so that's been one that's been definitely under the radar is the Senate race in Minnesota. So we're gonna just take a quick breather, Brian. I'm gonna go see if I can't check in with some of the candidates and see how International Falls is doing.
If you get Roger on the phone, it's just
I know that's been one that you had your eye on.
Oh yeah, he's funny guy. I do like Roger. What a nut. Now let's go to International Falls and
Harley's pretty good.
Harley left town, so all that is Roger though. Yeah, he's a fun guy. Anyway, well, we'll see. We haven't heard nothing's coming in yet.
Nothing yet from Cook County. I've been looking like every minute.
Yeah, I know. So I'm sure they're counting. Brady thought they were a little ahead of the game this time because half the people had voted.
Right.
And so, but they've got to be careful, as we know.
Right.
And if these, if they're really close, they've really got to be careful. And we've had ties.
Right.
Remember Frank? And that was incredible.
A Scrabble tile.
Yeah, wasn't that funny? A Scrabble tile. Right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I still miss Frank.
Yeah.
He was such a good guy.
Yeah.
Anyway. But anyway.
And for 3A and for the congressionals, it's at about 30%.
Okay.
Precincts in, but
So
not the big,
no.
not St. Louis County.
And that's the big
for
one.
For
Right.
Congress. So
and
we'll see about that.
Again, I won't be surprised with whoever wins. I mean, Jen's run a really strong race.
Right.
And so, and I would assume Amy will win, Klobuchar. I would be shocked if she did not win.
Right.
Yeah, we'll find out though. I can't predict anything on Ann and Dean. Just it's very close.
I would say of all these, that's the most.
That's going to be the closest one. The school referendum, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really have, I've talked to plenty of people and I know how some people are going to vote. Again, nobody's saying they don't want the best for the kids. Nobody's saying that. They don't care.
Right.
They'll say, well, even a lot of these people don't have kids in the school. I've got grandkids in the school. I don't have kids in the school. But it's like, I sort of do because they live with me. But anyway, I think everybody wants the best for the kids. And if we do vote this through, I do think people will be attracted to come here. Younger families, especially as we get more housing.
Yeah.
Which is coming slowly.
Yes.
It's not coming as fast as we all hoped, but it is coming.
It's so complicated and the funding is so complicated and
very
construction costs have skyrocketed.
Way high. I know. That's been a big problem. Well, some of the rents have been going up and the buildings aren't even done. That's what they're talking,
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I read that. That's like, So it's like, okay, I get it. They have to adjust as they build.
Oh, on the new one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, it's tough though to build in Cook County.
Yeah.
It really is.
Definitely.
So, well, it'll be fun to see who wins. And we'll see. I hope he gets Roger on the phone.
Yes.
Or Harley. Either one of us.
Good to hear from one of them.
I asked them one question. The questions I was asking, by the way, were sent in by readers, right?
Oh.
And so I asked him a question. It was really long, and he Roger looked at me. He goes, "Oh, for crying out loud!" He goes, "That's a book. I don't know. Break that question down." So I had to break it into 3 parts. So he was pretty funny, but they both did a good job in the debate. Flip a coin. Kitty Mayo said that they're almost the same.
Now explain for people who are watching who Kitty Mayo is.
Oh, she's the editor of the paper in Two Harbors.
Okay.
And when we started that paper, Cherry Road, I strongly encouraged Jeremy Galvin to hire her.
Oh, okay.
And I knew Kitty and knew she'd do a good job. She's doing a really good job. So, all right, who do we have?
We are talking now with Roger Scraba. Joining us, I believe, from International Falls is Roger Scraba. Roger, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. And is it true you're in International Falls? Is that right?
I am.
Oh, we're curious about why you went to International Falls.
About a month ago, I was trying to decide where I was going to go, what was I going to do, who was I going to see, and I was up here door knocking, talking to people, and I went, you know what? I'm going to come up here. I thought I was going to. I've had some fundraisers at the Thunderbird Lodge, and I thought, I'll go back there. They were really good to me, good people, and they closed for November.
Oh.
Still the ice comes on, and then somebody else is. So I'm like, what am I going to do? And then Drake Gill is running as a write-in mayor candidate for iFalls. We were at an ATD event, and I said, I'm thinking about coming to the Falls. And he goes, well, we're going to have a little party in town. And I go, mind if I crash it? Mind if I add my features to it? And he's like, no. So I added to his, and just morphed it from there, and here we are.
All right, and the results are in for Coochiching County, and you're out in front of the race right now. So you won International Falls, it seems like, and Harley is the mayor of International Falls. What's that mean for your campaign and the rest of the night?
I saw the numbers just before we got on here of all of Cooch County. Harley won one precinct in International Falls. I won the rest, and I won all the rest of Cooch County.
Wow.
I'm probably up 400 or 500 in Cooch County. I didn't add it up. I just looked at it in my brain and added some numbers. So I think that's going to make the difference. I think it's a big difference.
Yeah.
I have not seen any numbers for the North Shores for Cook County or Lake County.
Yeah, I think they're coming in Lake County a little bit right now, but definitely the case in Coochiching County, and it sounds like that bodes well for your campaign, is what you're saying.
Very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Roger. Well, we'll check in with you later on in the evening. Appreciate hearing from you. We're talking with Roger Scraba. Thanks, Roger.
Yeah, thank you, Roger.
Have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
See you later.
Yeah. Wow.
All right.
That's
So
really big.
I think that he, as he said tongue in cheek earlier, talking with District 3A, he's the incumbent now, Roger Scraba, making reference to he was going to go there because better cell phone coverage than Ely,
Right.
Or wherever else he might have gone, is that he probably had a pretty good read that he was going to do well in Coochiching County, and that is a big deal. I did talk to Harley while I was out on the porch too, Brian. So I talked to Harley before I got Roger on the phone, and Harley acknowledged that losing the town where he's the mayor doesn't look great right now for the outcome of what's to come now when we start talking about Ely and other places on the range where Roger's probably going to do pretty well.
One would guess.
So it doesn't look great. I definitely sensed I don't want to say a tone of defeat, but he's not feeling great right now. Harley right now at 10:30, where obviously Roger, as we heard from him, and he probably was on speakerphone, so there's a lot of background noise talking to him, but that he's feeling a lot more upbeat right now.
Yeah, and he's in Harley's hometown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there you go.
Exactly. It kind of
Yeah.
probably is an indicator of what's going to shake out at District 3A for the rest of the night, and as the results come in. It's not set in stone, and we don't want to make any bold predictions until we have more information coming in, but you can hear it from the candidates. As I just spoke with both of them in the last 10 minutes, and we heard from Roger, like they're the ones making that assumption, not me at this point, or not us, Brian.
Right, not
say.
us. Yeah.
So if we can get the latest on the 3A seat, that if there's been any updates, I think that Lake County was coming in, or even just if we could see those numbers again for District 3A, that'd be helpful as we're starting to analyze that a little bit closer now and talk about some of that.
The one precinct with the school district questions.
Oh, okay. So we got our first Cook County stuff going on here, Brian, and then we'll jump back into 3A. So we got one precinct for Grand Marais West, and looking at question 1, Brian, which is the largest. I think it's the by far. I think 24 million approximately in that range. 211 yes. 136 no, which means that question 2 then is relevant for this discussion. 179 yes, 160 no. And then when we go to question 3, 157 yes, 181 no.
Oh, interesting.
So 1 and 2 in this one precinct for Grand Marais.
Yeah.
And this is a countywide issue, obviously, when we're talking about the school referendum. That had some pretty big positive for question 1, 211 to 136. And again, that's just one precinct for Grand Marais West. But it's the first Cook County news coming in, and based on how that's gone in the past, once it starts, it moves pretty quickly. Yeah. So we'll see how fast the other precincts start to report, and what we start to learn when we're looking at Grand Marais. We're going to start to get District 2 for the county board fairly quickly, I would imagine.
I think now.
And some other things happening. Yeah, there's a lot that happening. As we said, Brian, like when it happens fast. Here's the update on District 3A. So we've now got 45% of the precincts reporting. Scraba at 60%, and Draba at 36%. Wow. Okay. So that's where we're at. And then
you can see
Rich is at 3%. So
Rich, he came down.
Brian's big shock of the night was no shock at all, but it gave us something to spark the energy for a bit, if nothing else. So I think we don't want to start declaring winners. That's not what we're doing on this show, for one thing. That's not the purpose of this show. We're just here to deliver some local election news to you in a calm way from the local newspaper office, in a non-flashy way, just talking about local elections and so forth. But as you've heard, we obviously have direct ties to the candidates across the district and the local news as well. We're at stepping away from some of that local stuff, back to the White House race. 230 Trump, 192 Harris.
Yes, tightening up.
So it's tightening up there. We'll continue to follow that, of course. But when we look at that for District 3A and the pretty overwhelming separation that's occurring there, and with Scraba at 60%, and the International Falls component of it obviously was a huge key piece. Right. And I know in conversation I had with Rob Eklund after and before the recount occurred, and because Eklund also had lost International Falls, where he lives. That's Eklund's town. Mm-hmm. And that hurt the campaign and hurt Eklund's chances of winning. And ultimately what he said was the reason he lost is I didn't win in my own town. Yeah. And now that we've already seen that unfold tonight for Harley, where he's the mayor, it's going to be a uphill climb here. I mean, he's probably, I would imagine, Harley has a pretty good chance to take Cook County based just on politics of the county. But even that we don't know, as we've talked about earlier. The first 20 minutes of the show, Brian, a couple hours ago now, that's been where we were talking about. I've heard from people who said, Scraba really kind of came around, and I'm the person telling me this, saying that I'm a little surprised because I didn't know about Roger. That's what some rhetoric that I heard expressed to me was. So it's not even a certainty or a guarantee that Roger Scraba will win Cook County necessarily.
Right.
Probably will, but it might not be a lot of separation there.
Yeah.
Where it's just going to add up that eventually it's going to be insurmountable.
Yeah.
And
That's what it looks like right now.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. Both of them, like I said, either one of them would be good representatives. That's what I really believe based on my working with them, talking to them. And Roger, you've got to work with Grant. Roger works very well with Grant.
But do you think it's too bold of a move to be in International Falls tonight? Is that
That's Roger. It just is Roger. I love Roger that way. He's just, I would say it's pretty bold. It's better cell service. Yeah, that's Roger all the way.
All right. Hey, here's our first update on District 8, Congressional District 8. 30% of the precincts reporting. We've got Stauber at 64% and Schultz at 36%. So that's at 30% of the precincts reporting.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know exactly where that falls. I mean, Duluth's going to be a big component on that, as well as Cook County.
Yeah,
would play a role in that. But we also don't want to overlook because we don't know where like Hermantown would fall into that, which would be different than probably even Duluth, and then we get up into the range and where that separation would occur. So that's potentially an indicator. I felt that was going to be a tough one for the incumbent Stauber not to win. I was challenged on that by some people who are in the 8th congressional district saying, no, I think you're wrong. I think he's that she has a really good chance to defeat him. And then I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'll just go back to what I've seen and watched. She has run a very, very strong campaign, and so I never have discounted her at all. And so,
did she come up here? Did you meet her in the office?
I didn't meet her. I've met her before. I didn't meet her in the office, but she's like I said, just campaigning very hard all over the place. Get a lot of information. And Pete is in Washington a lot.
Did you see him this election cycle?
No, I didn't see him. I had a chance, and I was, because my life is fairly complicated. No, I did not get a chance.
You were at the restaurant or something?
I was busy working. Yeah, not enough help.
Was Stauber came to Cook County or the Shore or something? Or
he came to some meeting up here. And no, I did not. But that's just the way that works out.
Right. So, all right. Well, we're starting definitely to get a feel on where the night's going to go at this point on some of these local races. I mean, again, when we've already been seen that you don't want to rush to assumptions, or else we'd have been saying that Rich Drew was going to win the 3A seat, and we'd have been so far off that we'd have been laughed out of YouTube and all other platforms that host audio or video for the rest of our career. It'd have been over for us, Brian.
Right, that would have been it. It'd have been over. Right.
We've got the first of the precincts for District 4 for the Cook County Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
We don't know what precinct this is, but we will find that out. Gunflint District.
Okay.
We got Gunflint, and it's 56% for Ann Sullivan, 43% for Dean Berglund.
Yeah.
So 56 and 43 with the Gunflint precinct, 1 of 3 reporting there.
Yeah.
So that's our first report from that. As we move a little bit deeper into the evening, past 10:30, it's 10:41 here in Minnesota, depending where you're watching from this evening. Brian Larsen from the Cook County News-Herald, and myself, Joe Friedrichs, here in Grand Marais, Minnesota, coming up on the third hour of our coverage live on election night, and it's really now was full speed ahead once these local elections in particular start to come in. So we're glad you're with us this evening and tuning in and following the local election results with us as we're we're sharing this in real time. We're live down here at the News-Herald. Brian's still drinking some coffee.
Yeah, a little bit.
And we're cruising along into the later part of the evening. We're really appreciative that you're here with us, and we're going to keep getting the results to you as they come in, and be with you until we have the results of these things on the board, which are the district county board seats, the
hospital board,
the district hospital, and the referendum for the
Yeah.
school. At the very least, we'll be live on the air until we know what the outcome of those races are. And because those are definitely for Cook County, very important issues and relevant and pertinent to the community and where the direction of the county board's going to go. And when we're talking and hearing from at least one person who's on the board, and likely second, both of whom have said we should pause and reflect about the county administrator position and take a look at this, not saying necessarily one thing or the other about that, but just even making reference to that, analyze that. Who wins the District 4 seat is going to be a pivotal determination in that the direction of that conversation.
You are right. Very correct. Yeah.
We've got some hospital board news then as well. This is the Gunflint precinct that we had, but District 4, this time for the hospital.
Yeah.
Instead of the county board. Hospital, Sam Newsom, who we heard from earlier in the show, 80%, and Kay Olson at 18%.
Wow. Okay.
So again, it's just one precinct and where we're at, but that's the initial read from that. 80% Sam Newsom, who had a pretty robust campaign when we're looking at ads and just use of social media, letters to the editor, and just kind of the presence of, hey, I'm a candidate for the hospital board. I think that Sam and Dr. Schmidt, it almost seemed like those were in tandem.
They were, I believe. Yeah, they worked together.
They were working together, right?
Yeah. And
have you ever seen that level of commitment on the hospital board from a candidate or candidates before?
No.
Right.
Never have. No. I will tell you that. No. Typically, no one's running against the person running. So that's just been the way that is.
Yeah, I mean, historically, it's almost been more, and this isn't to say that those positions aren't important, because they are, but it's been more of like almost a soil and water district, where it's like we hope to get somebody to run, where this was not. This was a very organized campaign that Sam and Dr. Schmidt were running. Yeah. I mean, almost even superseding some of the county board and certainly the city candidates.
That's true. Yeah.
So it looks like for one reason or another, be it the dedication, the robustness of the campaign that Sam in this instance ran, he's out to a sizable advantage with one of 3 precincts reporting.
Yep.
Appreciated hearing from Sam earlier. Appreciated talking with Roger Scraba, who had us on speakerphone from a pretty noisy venue somewhere in International Falls. I'm not sure if he disclosed the location.
He didn't, but
it sounded like a kind of a rowdy atmosphere there. Here's what we got going on with the Associated Press national election for the White House. Trump 230 and Harris 205.
Yeah.
That's 270.
Yeah, 270.
270 is the number for the Electoral College. So 230, 205 is what's going on in that.
Yep.
Race for the White House, and we're getting some local numbers coming in here in Cook County, which is, of course, a very exciting part of the night and all the lead up that got us to where we are here. I know locally, it didn't necessarily feel too much like a grind or like this election season drug on. And I'm wondering if that's because there weren't primaries.
Yeah, I think that's right.
You know, that's where it really can start to drag out the local elections.
Right. Yeah.
When you have the primary, like in the summer, It's already such a busy time. Now you're trying to get people to engage in local stuff.
Yeah.
Then they have to re-engage
Right.
in the fall. Like we skipped over that this year.
Yeah, we did.
And again, I'm not saying that that's a good thing necessarily, because that means less people file for office.
Right.
So it just perhaps if there's a benefit of that is that this local election season didn't seem like it just was just like, when are we going to get to the other side of this type thing? That was a very common theme when we're talking about national election. I mean, that's like basically the response of almost a lot of people at the very least today was just like, okay, no matter what, at least we'll be on the other side. Yeah, it'll be over.
And I think the whole country is just ready for it to be over.
Well, the commercials,
all of it. It just got a little weary.
Yeah, it does.
200 emails a day from candidates. Like,
Right.
It's like, I'm done.
Have you ever had to, at the newspaper, turn down a candidate because it just, for an interview, who it just didn't seem like it was legitimate in some way or another, or for some reason that it was just like, it would just not, this is just not gonna work?
Haven't, but but I haven't been here when there's been a few candidates I think I would have turned down, honestly. But no, people that I've interviewed some very independent candidates, but they've been sincere.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they're sincere, and they're trying. I'll take them and interview them and help them, or they can help themselves that way. But there are some candidates that I do think I would be like, no, not doing that.
What would be like for just various reasons?
Backgrounds. We had one mayoral candidate that was like, I would not have. Probably people would have hated me, but I would just not have done it.
Mm-hmm.
So sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that can be a difficult position to be in as an editor of a local publication, where it's freedom of the press in one instance has some precedent in that discussion, but also freedom of speech does too, and like democracy, and that all fits into a very complicated scenario in a discussion like that.
And I haven't been in that situation, but like I said, I've from afar been like, wow, I don't think I could have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like there's some of the backgrounds are like, no, I don't think so.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. And I mean, I think that speaks really highly of the level of candidates, of people who are engaging in local politics in Cook County, is that at least for our purposes on the Sure Thing podcast and the News-Herald, that wasn't an issue this year, or it was like,
not at all.
I mean, I think that would be quite short-sighted to not interview someone because you didn't like them. For example,
I wouldn't do that.
Exactly, and I'm not suggesting that you're talking about the individual's background and so forth.
Yeah,
that would make that a challenging decision for you. Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Larsen, we head deeper into the evening on election night.
We get some results. they're counting on their fingers and toes up there at the courthouse right now.
Yeah, and again, the part of the process is that when Brady Powers in our local elections office it's not that's the end of it. We then have to wait for an outside party in St. Paul, the Secretary of State's office, which is a well-oiled machine and is prepared for the evening and so forth. They got to then update that to the database so that we can see what's going on. Yeah. So it doesn't just stop with Brady and what's happening here at the courthouse in Cook County.
No, I know.
So we can just hang on tight and wait for more of the results to come in. And this would be, for me, where it would be hard to be a candidate. And I've got one precinct in, but what does that mean for the next step? And I'm hitting refresh on the browser. I mean, we do pretty obsessively as it is. But if I was a candidate, I can only imagine that this point in the night must be really nerve-wracking.
It's got to be. Yeah,
and that goes from the White House to
everything.
Somebody on the hospital board of the county and across. This is the point in the evening where it must be very challenging for individuals, and I hope that people, whether you're the other candidate or somebody who voted, understands that that's part of this process. That this is a really stressful night for a lot of people for a lot of different reasons.
Well, they put a lot of time and effort in, and you're just hoping that paid off. You know, I mean, that's what you're doing right now, and somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. You know, well, we've had tie votes, but that's even almost worse. You got to hold on for a few more days until you get that Scrabble piece and see if you got the blue one or the red one.
Yeah, and you covered that.
I wasn't. No, I didn't cover that one. But I would, was here, and it was like, it was good. It was. I don't know. Tie vote.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that made news, certainly in Minnesota. There was a lot of attention that went into that.
Well, Frank had been, pretty far up in the party, and then he would basically decide to become a sled dogger and come up here and do that, and then run for commissioner. And it was a tough campaign. That was a tough go. But I enjoyed Frank being on the board. I enjoyed Frank. He's just a really good guy.
Former Cook County Commissioner Frank Moe, who's passed away. And
sadly. So, but we'll find out sooner than later. I'm looking at Ann, and Ann's like, I'm doing the best I can over here. I'm not seeing anything.
Right.
Yeah. So, but it's tough right now for candidates
and for people at home. I mean, because it's now that intersection of everybody's following the national news and wanting to have the results of who's going to be the next president, while also simultaneously wondering who's going to be the next commissioner.
Yeah.
And it's like some of the results start to come in, and it gives you a bit of a, okay. But then there's another pause, and you have to wait again.
Yeah.
In talking with Harley Droba, who is one of the candidates for District 3A, when I stepped out on the porch, it's probably been 20 plus minutes ago now that I talked to him, you could hear that in his voice, that defeat almost is the word that I would use, because it was you put a lot into a campaign. You got pictures of your family all over the place. You've been on the road. I mean, Harley was on the shore today, we were told, and is now in St. Paul, and just all that time to think and reflect and travel and go across this massive district, and then to be told and see the results starting to come in, and you lose the town where you're the mayor and you were counting on or hoping for that. That has to be a tough thing to go through.
Right. Yeah, it definitely has to be. It's not from a lack of hard work. He's really put his heart and soul into running, and it's just and when you lose your hometown, it's not a good. It's not a good sign.
Right. Yeah, and so as we start to look at what the newspaper is going to do, Brian, what's the plan for coverage? Like when we get the paper, how are you going to break all this down?
I'll just break it down. Who wins the local races? I want to know the voter turnout. It's always important. Just if I can get any candidates on record to talk. I won't have much time to do that, but we'll see if I can, get a comment or two. Because you're right, all the things that have happened right now in the county, we've had 3 big jobs. Valerie, the license gone. Now, she's resigning from her job from North Shore Healthcare. And you've got the county attorney, and you've got James Jorke, our county administrator. A lot of moving parts, and we've got some new people in new places in the county too, filling jobs. Lots going on, and it's going to be a lot for the county board to address. So
and so like what's the template that you have to plug in the numbers to get this published on time? I mean, this is like the deadline night typically. Yeah. So do you have it sort of set up and you just plug in some numbers, or what's your plan to?
Typically I do that, but I didn't do that tonight. No, that's typically exactly what I do, but
yeah.
I did not.
That's what you'd be doing right now.
That's what I would actually be doing right now. I would have it done, but it's all right. I'll do it later here, and so it'll all work out. But yeah, that's exactly what I would do. Yeah. So just plug in the numbers and you're done.
Yeah,
but not tonight.
And when did you get to talk to Brady Powers earlier at the courthouse?
Yeah.
And what was Brady's? How was he just in general in terms of the election, security, all of these things?
No, he felt really good. Like he said, half the county had voted, earlier. Well, however you want to put it, right? And gotten their belts in, and they're getting a jump on things. And he said, I don't want to be here till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and I don't want my staff to be. So he's hoping to get done early. That doesn't mean they will. Okay, and they know that.
You're right.
So, but that was his hope. So, yeah.
Okay.
And I do think I think across the country the elections will be hopefully no protesting, and that they'll be watched, and that'll be good enough.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do.
Well, I mean, and that's where this is not what the Cook County part of this.
They run very clean elections here. I mean, I've been a person looking at ballots and stuff, and
an election judge.
Yeah, you know what? That's kind of a fun job, and you want to count all the ballots. You really don't want to be throwing out ballots, and so it'd be just a couple you might have to be like, I don't know, and so. But mostly they're good, and it's an important job.
So you've been a Cook County Board of Commissioner candidate.
Yeah.
You've been an election judge.
Yeah.
You're the editor of the paper. You've done all these things that are part of this process.
My mom's been mayor of the town.
Yeah. Yeah. And so the election judge component of it, I didn't know either that you'd done that.
Yeah. I was just there, and that was my job that night, and it was good. It was very good. It's an important job, I wouldn't want to have been in Florida when they did the Chads, or whatever those crazy things were. You'd have killed yourself.
Right, just the pressure of something that goes in to something like that. Right?
Yeah, that would have been horrible, but no, it wasn't anything like that. So
yeah, no, that's and that's an important part of this too, and something we should talk about. Not just Brady. We talk about Brady Powers a lot, and have mentioned his name many times tonight because he's the auditor. But there are the election judges. There's the staff in the auditor's department. There's security elements involved with the courthouse and so forth, and all the moving pieces that go into a local election. Before we hop off later, once we get the results in, that we don't want to overlook any of that.
No.
So
all very important. You get a lot of, you've got your people there. All the election officials, they're working. They get paid a little teeny bit, I think. Mostly it's volunteer. That's what I call all of it, basically. And so, you got to be thankful that all those people are willing to do all those jobs to make sure it's all, right and fair.
Right.
So,
well, here's the latest on the school district.
Okay.
That we're talking about the 3 different questions, referendums.
Yep.
We've now got 4 of the 14 precincts for school districts that have come in, and we have question 1.
Yeah.
Again, they're tiered, so 1. Question 1 is at 54% yes, 46% no.
Yeah.
We have question 2 at 47% yes, 53% no.
Yeah.
And then we have question 3, 43% yes, 57% no.
Yeah. Interesting.
So that's starting to get a little clearer, though there's still obviously a lot that needs to be determined. We're looking at Grand Marais West, Gunflint, and now we've got some West End updates here at Schroeder and Tofty as well. So as some of that's starting to be relayed in, I'm wondering what's happening with the District 3A seat. Is some of the Cook County votes starting to come in, because that's where Harley mentioned to me when I was talking with him earlier in the evening, said that's basically the last kind of stronghold, and maybe Ely shakes out differently than Roger would have thought, where if they would switch their towns as mayors, is that when Roger was the former mayor of Ely, that was another possibility or a pathway that he had. That's why he wasn't conceding at this time. He's sort of probably starting to read the writing on the wall, but there's still a pathway, and Cook County was a huge part of that for Harley, as well as this sort of, if I can make a surprise move in Ely, then that would also be a part of it. And Ely has changed in my time, in my 12 years living here, that my first trip to Ely it feels a lot different now than it did then. And there's still the division, particularly around copper nickel mining, and I think it's a much more robust division in Ely than it is here in Grand Marais and Cook County, or at least publicly is more visible at the very least, being that that's where the mines are and so forth. But that there's a lot of younger people around Ely and people who've moved there to be a part of a scene and a culture and a community that's happening there, that maybe there is a pathway that Harley knows about or was led in and met people through DFL groups and organizations when he was in Ely, that he's got an ace up his sleeve, or he thinks he might have something. I mean, he mentioned Ely specifically, so we'll wait and see. Speaking of, we've got an update from District 3A. Ely is not part of this update here, but we've got 55% of the precincts now reporting from District 3A. Scraba at 60%, and Harley Droba at 37%.
A little closer.
So 60, 37. There's probably some Cook County numbers in there now.
Could be.
And then Rich is at 3%. So I think
Rich
might be our last mention of Rich for the evening, or he's getting a percentage. But,
he's got some percent.
But it's between Scraba and Harley, and that was why they were the people at the forum that you hosted, and so forth, Brian. So 55% of the precincts now coming in for District 3A, which means we're well over half of this massive district, and that isn't one that will stay on necessarily through the night to find out, but I think we're starting to get a
picture,
a very clear picture. I think in District 3A at this point. We've already heard from Roger. He all but told us that he has won in his mind, and Harley all but told me that he had lost.
And he's celebrating in the International Falls.
Loudly and proudly in International Falls is where Roger Scraba is.
He's a little bit of a rascal.
And so what we're going to be focusing on now and for the next hour, potentially, if that's how long it takes to get the information relayed in from St. Paul, is what's happening with the local elections. The District 4 race is obviously far too close to call in the terms of we only had one precinct in, and that was the Gunflint precinct, 56% Sullivan and 43% for Dean Berglund in that first report of the precincts for District 4. So a lot of movement and things that need to take place before we start talking about who's there. And I think the devil track component of that is going to be a huge part
I agree.
of where the movement occurs.
I agree.
So our eyes are really starting to focus on right now the District 4 race. I mean, that was the one when we started the show that was again, not because of importance, but at the top of our list in terms of what it means and what people are talking about in the county and where that lands. And I think after the next precinct comes in, particularly if it's that Devil Track area, it's going to paint a big part of the picture.
You know, if it wouldn't surprise me at all if it turns out very close, no matter who gets it. It just wouldn't. It'll be, yeah.
It could easily be a separation of 20 or fewer.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. 20 votes.
Yeah.
Easily.
Right.
Yep.
And so we're really going to be spending a lot of energy talking about that and thinking about that here in the next probably 45 minutes at the most, I would imagine, until we find that specific race out. It's possible in that time that there's some movement or discussion about what's happening in the White House, and some more results are probably going to start coming in there. And then I think the other one is the school race. Yeah.
They're all, very interesting. And the hospital board, too. And
right.
Gary, we haven't heard anything about Gary either.
We'll be curious to hear about that. We may have to either text Gary or get him on the phone and check in with him and see what his thoughts are about some of that.
He might be watching football.
Yeah.
An old football game.
I will say we've kind of been giving Gary a pass about the fact that he didn't come in and sort of acknowledge that he had won or wasn't being too boisterous about that. But he did, and you know, if you saw that, he did type up some kind of document that was a victory document. So that's what he handed me at that one point. I don't know if you saw that. I wasn't quite sure what that was. I think it's something he's going to run in the paper.
I probably need that. I need a copy of that, Joe.
Right. Yeah, right. I think he took it with him, but that's what that was. So clearly, even though he's being modest about it, he's pretty confident. You don't type up a document like that unless you're pretty sure you're going to win.
Right.
So that's what the situation is with the county board race for District 2. And we've got Ann Pastas here this evening getting results for us and working all kinds of different computer mechanisms to get those results shared with you as fast as possible this evening as we grind deeper into the night past 11 o'clock.
Yep.
And if you're just tuning in and see there's been some new people hopping on board to the show, it's YouTube, and we are live here at the Cook County News-Herald. It's the local newspaper here in Grand Marais, Minnesota. This gentleman sitting next to me here is Brian Larsen. He is the editor of the local paper, and he's been around Cook County certainly for a long time, and he's been the editor here at the newspaper for a long time, covered many local elections, and then includes presidential elections and state offices, and he knows the candidates and he knows the issues. So really appreciate being able to spend some time here and going over the results tonight on what's, of course, they're all important, but this is a historic election night in the nation, and there could be some changes happening here locally that could impact the next 4 years or X number of years here in our community as well. So it's an important night, and one that we're honored to be here. I don't want to speak for you, Brian, but it's a gift to be here and be able to talk about this and share this information in a public space like this. So nice to be here this evening, and we'll keep the pulse, finger on the pulse of what's going on, and I think right now it's not exactly clear where the national politics and who voted for president is trickling down into our local elections in particular. I mean, we're seeing that Stauber's out in front in the first numbers that we had for the 8th congressional district. We're seeing that Roger Scraba is out in front for District 3A. Trump at this point is out in front, although it's close to 3205. But that we're starting to see some kind of a pattern there a little bit, and then how or if that carries into Cook County. We'll wait and see where that all materializes. 2:30, 2:10 now.
Yeah.
For
Not
the
surprised.
national news and that
Yeah,
part of the election.
That's where, if you're watching the states, you can kind of get a feeling for what's really going to be going on.
Mhm.
And we're not doing that, which is fine because we're not supposed to do that. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, I'm not surprised. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that are doing that
I know,
right
yeah,
now,
sure.
and obviously that's a little more challenging when we're a video based component tonight too, to be able to do sort of that back and forth. It's not really something that lends itself, nor is it something that we're
we
trying
didn't set
to
out to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
There's a lot of talking heads on TV doing that right now.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
exactly. But pretty much, I would imagine almost every channel that has some type of election component, even if it's just the ticker at the bottom, run across the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, right.
And probably about every social media channel and people updating their personal views and expressing all that. And we're just here sharing the local election results as they come in, and the way that Brian would be if he was here by himself in the newspaper office, as he's been in the past and would have been tonight. We just decided that we'd have a camera on as these results were coming in, and add that extra component to it because we care about the local election results and wanted to share those with you. So why not put it on the camera was the idea.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so it'll be fun to get some more results, and I'm hoping our county can kick some more out here.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Pretty interesting. So
it is, and we've had some results basically coming in from the west end. We've had we had the one from Grand Marais West.
Yeah.
That would be Dave Mills' district, and he wasn't up for election, so that doesn't factor into some of these races that we're talking about here. So it's the other part of Grand Marais where District 2 will fall in, and I'm sure that's going to be coming in here very, very soon. Yeah. And then we'll probably head back up to District 4 very soon, and particularly we'll be curious to see what happens with the Devil Track component of that, and then what I don't want to start declaring things with just 2 or 3 precincts reporting for the Gunflame because of how close it's going to be.
Yeah, can't. Foolish to call. We'll just wait and see how the votes turn out.
Mm-hmm. And this is the point of the night, as we said, Brian, where like Ann Sullivan and Dean Berglund, I know they're both staying up to find out the results.
Sure they are.
It's just the nature of how they're wired. They knew it was probably going to be a close race coming into the night, and so they're on the edge of their seat. I mean, as we're sitting here kind of feeling that anxiety build for the night, and the results are coming in, but we're anxiously awaiting more precincts to be reported, that the candidates are obviously feeling that to a magnitude that far exceeds what we're feeling. We got another precinct reporting. This is Larsen has now been included, so we've got 5 of the 14 precincts for the school district referendum. Brian, is what we're talking about. Question 1, yes to that question, which is a sum of about $24 million for a variety of things related to academics and athletics.
Right.
55% yes, 45% no.
Okay.
As we move down to question 2, it's at 48% yes and 52 no.
Yeah.
Then we go to question 3, and that even expands. So 44% yes, 56 no.
No, right.
So maybe starting to get a picture. I mean, we're not quite even at the halfway point yet. And when we start to move into areas like Hovland, I think that's probably gonna. We'll see what impact that has on the referendum. There's definitely plenty of families in the Hovland area, and people even on some of those roads that there's families, people living out on Camp 20 Road and North Road.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah,
so
right, absolutely.
So
North Road's getting more and more all the time.
Right, exactly. And so it's not to say necessarily because someone has children that they're going to vote yes, but it just is. It's going to be interesting to see where like an area like District 1 or Hoagland would change that number as we move into more precincts reporting. I think Lutzen, it's probably, there's a lot obviously of families there, and in that west part of the county, so it just adds a little bit more. Some of the pieces are starting to come clearer as we move deeper into the night, Brian. I mean, this is where it really is from a journalist perspective, and following these different parts of the county and the politics, even you were talking hyper local now, from not just how Cook County votes, and typically is a kind of blue county when we're talking about national politics, state politics, but you start talking about precincts in the west end, east end, the trail, like that gets into that to me as a journalist in Cook County is the most fascinating part of all of this.
Yeah, because it's all colors. It's not just blue for sure.
Right.
Different areas.
Well, and
pockets, it's like,
and I think even beyond that, Brian, too, what's fascinating is that the national politics of it almost starts to fade away to an extent. It becomes like, what does this mean to me as a Cook County resident? And that's why I'm so motivated by the local questions and who's going to be the commissioner and who's going to vote, what's going to be the outcome of the school referendum, what's going to happen to the hospital board. That's where this for me is the
rubber
best.
Meets the road.
Yeah, totally. It's the best. It's the most interesting part of the job that we do, at least from my perspective. It is like, because you can analyze the national stuff, even the 8th congressional governor races. Everybody, or a lot of people, have an opinion about that stuff. But it's how well do you know your local politics? That's what I think is the most fascinating, where I could really engage in conversations with people. It's like about the local stuff.
Right.
I mean, you obviously know a lot, have a lot more history about that stuff than I do, Brian. I mean, I'm wondering like how that shapes your conversations.
Well, it does, but like I said, the demographics have changed so much in Cook County that I don't know. Like there was a point in time where I was either related to and or knew and or went to school with and or was taught by. I mean, I knew everybody, and that's not true anymore. We've got quite a change in our population, and so I don't know anymore as much as I did in the past.
What's your emotional response to that, or how do you feel about that?
Well, no, I don't. We've had a lot of people move out, right, because they couldn't get jobs here, and so you have people that move in. Yeah, we need people to live here. Most everybody that's moved here that I have met, I like, so I don't have any. It's a good thing. I do wish there was more opportunity for younger kids to stay. It's very limited. If they're not living at home, if they're not, they didn't have land given to them or something. It's tough. It's especially now the building costs are so much, and I don't know. So yeah, I feel a little bad that some of the younger people really are forced to go.
That it's hard to buy property if you don't have it handed to you.
Right.
In other words.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. If they just don't have the means, so that's all. But it's
But what about? Changing. I mean, how about just as you went and bought groceries or delivered the newspapers, and where it sounds like before you knew pretty much everybody, and now you're expressing that you don't like it. Do you view that as a negative, or is it just it is what it is?
It just is what it is. I don't view that as a negative. No, and I know most of the people obviously when they deliver the paper around to the gas stations and grocery stores and stuff, but but there are so many people that I don't know. I will say that's so I don't have a read then. on how people are going to vote. I don't know them. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, change is good. That's what it's inevitable. And that's, I don't feel bad about it or anything. Like I said, the only thing I wish is that we could keep some of the younger people here.
Wonder what's happening on the 8th Congressional District. This has probably been some movement on that, I would imagine, and maybe some changes at District 3A, things like that happening. And I think there was some other results coming in too from the west end of the county, and that might shape some of the hospital board things as well. So hopefully we'll be getting some more results.
I think we're going to get results
coming in here pretty quickly as we move deeper now. 11:22 it is right now. We've got 43% of the precincts in reporting for the 8th Congressional District. So we are at 63% for the incumbent, Pete Stauber, and 37% for Schultz. So quite getting closer to that halfway point, at least for the 8th Congressional District. 63% for Stauber, 37% Schultz. So still waiting to find out some of those bigger sums. Like I think once they come, particularly with Duluth and that district, when that's accounted for, it just jumps up as far as the percentage of the voters. It'd probably be almost like go from 43 to close to 60 or something in just that one precinct.
Right.
So we're nothing yet coming in as far as the county issues that we're following here. This topics and things happening right now, Brian. So we're at that spot where it's just pins and needles. People waiting. Trying to make sense of the outcome, and I'm sure there's a lot of attention right now at this point in the night around the presidential election, and
I'm sure,
and where people on some of the national programs, CNN, Fox News, and so forth, are probably starting to make some assumptions or getting a little bit closer to seeing a picture or kind of making projections and that type of stuff. So there's a understanding that as we get a little bit deeper in it can be harder to follow and stay tuned and just cling to what's happening at the local level. But that's what we're doing here tonight.
That's what we're trying to do. That's definitely what we're doing.
And what the focus of this whole show is.
The candidates, I'm sure, our local candidates are on the edge of their seats right now. I'm sure they are.
Right.
Just like us, waiting to find out. School referendum sounds like the first question's looking good, and the next two not so good.
Yeah.
From the early results.
I mean, and usually that's a pretty clear indicator as to how things might go.
Yeah.
At the very least, but we're not sure about that by any stretch. So we'll wait and see what's happening. I might check in with one of the other candidates and just see what's going on with them and pick it up from there.
See if they're awake.
Exactly.
Yeah, if they're not, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if they're not. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
So anyway,
Interesting. Is it usually this late? I haven't done
typically
this in a long time.
The results are faster, but I'm sure they're working hard. That's what they're doing, and they're trying to make sure everyth's obviously.
And any number of things could be
anything
going on that we don't know.
Right. Anything could be happening. So, I've read, in some of these other states, they've had trouble with some voting machines, and right away then you get the conspiracy, but it's just a machine that broke down. It's no conspiracy. It's the machine. They're getting someone to fix it, and that's what's going on. So, you don't have to go crazy with anything more than that. So,
I'm sure it's all coming.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm not surprised that the presidential race is getting closer. And I have no idea which states are out there. And that's the big thing.
I guess, what are still in play?
Yeah.
I'll get my laptop.
All right. Yeah, there you go. So we can see, maybe we can report a little bit more on that. But
this is all from the Associated Press.
Yes.
Minnesota is too close to call,
yeah.
they're saying. North Carolina went for Trump.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of some of the ones that were. Wisconsin is leaning Trump.
Oh, wow.
Michigan also, and Pennsylvania leaning Trump.
Well, those would be monster big for him. If he gets those, then that's pretty much
it. So
what's Florida?
Florida went for Trump.
Okay.
And then, of course, we won't know about Hawaii and Alaska till something next tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Very close.
And they weren't thinking they were going to be able to call it tonight anyway.
No.
So I hope we can call our elections though.
I know.
Our local ones.
We still are looking at 5 of the 14 precincts in Cook County reporting. So
okay, so they're still counting.
Still, more than half the precincts are still out there.
Right. I'm a little surprised at the Scraba-Drova race.
That it's not closer?
That's not closer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised at that.
Yep. And now it's with 58% of the precincts in District 3A reporting. Scraba 58%, Drova 38%.
Yeah.
True 3%.
Yeah, True. He had his moment. He was ahead for a brief moment.
It's exciting.
Yeah, it was. So.
And it wasn't, I don't think it was where he lives either. So.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Maybe it was, but his headquarters aren't there. So interesting.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Maple Hill comes in.
Right.
What that does. Like I said, if that comes down to like 20 votes, that would either way, that wouldn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And the hospital
you guys
board?
are talking about Devil Track. That would be important.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, and the hospital board.
Yeah, the hospital board. Yeah, there's nothing.
Dr. Schmidt.
There's nothing in the Schmidt-Sanders
that's interesting.
Race yet.
No.
And there's one. And that page just disappeared. So.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have to start that again. Not sure what. There could be computer issues. Who knows? I mean,
well, there could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
There could be anything going on.
Right.
Typically, it's faster than this.
Right. So. Okay. Now, 2 of the hospital precincts in Hospital District Board 4 have reported, and it is 82% Sam Newsom, 17% Catherine Olson.
Okay.
And the precincts that have reported are Gunflint and Maple Hill.
Wow.
So Colville is the only one left.
Yeah, well.
There. Mm-hmm.
That one we can probably call.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
5 write-in votes.
Okay. Yep. So, well, Sam ran a strong campaign. I will say, put a lot of time and effort in.
Mm-hmm.
And Kay's been there a long time, so I don't know. She's worked hard.
Yeah. So now 7 of the 14 precincts in Cook County have reported.
Good. Okay.
And the school district question, the first question, it's 53% yes, 47% no. The second question, 45% yes, 55% no. And the third question, 41% yes, 59% no.
Yeah.
So, but nothing further on the, let's see here.
Nothing about Gary's, non-race.
Right.
That's kind of funny.
But the Sullivan Bergland race, there's 2 of the 3 precincts that have reported now. 52% for Ann Sullivan, 48% for Dean Bergland.
Tightening up.
Yeah.
Right. Just what we thought.
And that's Gunflint and Mapleville.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
That's very close.
Yeah, it is.
23 votes apart.
23 votes apart. Yeah. I'm not surprised.
No.
So.
Right.
Well, it's coming in then.
Yeah.
They're all flowing through.
Yes.
And Brady will get to go home before 2 a.m. tonight.
We hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah. And the staff, not just Brady.
That's quite a job.
Yes, it is.
But, all the times I voted and then I acted as I forget what they call it, a monitor when they did the recount.
Yeah.
For Rob Eklund.
Oh boy.
And I was very impressed at how, organized everything was, and people were taking everything really seriously, and it was,
that was so close.
It was cool.
It was like ridiculous.
It gave me restored faith in the process.
Really always felt good about our county elections.
Yeah.
We just do very good.
7 of the 14 precincts.
Sam is off 2 months to leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That was 2 precincts out of 3.
And
we got another.
have tightened up.
Okay.
21 votes.
All right. And that's what we were thinking.
23 votes.
So I just talked to Dean Bergland and Ann Sullivan.
Okay.
Obviously, too early to start making any kind of call. And this was before I even was privy to that. So we'll start breaking down some numbers here in a minute. But both Dean and Ann are doing what we're doing, just refreshing the browser and hanging in there. And that they're both sounded very, very alert. Dean said that he had just started to adjust to daylight savings and all this kind of stuff, and he gets up and drives truck at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
And so but he's not gonna move the truck tomorrow, and he is just watching. He's tuned in and checked this out a little bit, and he's watching TV and national stuff too. So that's what's happening at the Bergland house right now. And then Ann Sullivan is also following and has hopped on and checked this out and seen what's going on.
Right.
And she's also following stuff very similar, national stuff and back and forth and hitting refresh on the browser and doing what a lot of people are presumably doing tonight.
Sure they are.
Even right here in Cook County. So both Dean Bergland and Ann Sullivan following the District 4 race very, very closely, just like we are, Brian, and have been with Ann's support. And Passos here tonight as well, helping out and getting us the results. So
52% for Ann, 48 for Dean.
Okay.
23 votes separating.
Do we know what precinct that was? Or
It's Gunflint and Mapleville.
So that's
just missing Colville.
Yeah.
Missing Colville.
Okay. And so that's where it's really going to be. We'll see potentially what Arvis Thompson, where that hit, because I know that Arvis was planning to do some campaigning basically for Dean. I think it's safe to say, or she was at least going to raise awareness about the election at the very least, that this issue happened, and where she had filed. Ended up being that the district was on the other side of County Road 14, on the other side of the road. And so she was not allowed to be a candidate. And rather than fight that and sort of go into that rabbit hole legally, she stepped out of the race. But in conversations I had with Arvis about it, she was going to talk about the election a lot. She was going to hit the campaign trail, even though she was no longer a candidate, essentially. And so that's something that we'll see, because that would be the district now. We're waiting on Colville that would be Arvis's area, so to say, part of District 4. So it all is going to come down to that.
And that's just like we thought. It's going to be very tight.
This is tighter, I would imagine. So for the last time with Ann and Dean ran against each other, and in 2020 it was 476 to 407.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if the separation is that big.
Yeah, I would be too.
Based on where we're at right now.
Me too.
It is an absolute toss up in the truest sense of the word.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to find out fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But in talking with both Dean and And, as I did just a moment ago, they both said similar things where, it's going to just be a good thing for the county. There's just very upbeat tones about, it didn't have that kind of sentiment, and probably because of the possibility of a much closer race. Where talking with Harley Droba earlier, he sounded quite defeated and not upbeat about the fact that he was losing, and he was not saying, I feel good about this sort of no matter what. Like, that wasn't the tone that he was expressing to me. It wasn't the tone we heard from Roger in this loud environment where he was in International Falls.
Well, imagine where Roger was.
Exactly. That's so like that. Those are different scenarios taking place here, and that's just like a separation from the local county board level to our district level.
Yeah. Imagine
how that's different at the 8th congressional. I mean, Jen and Pete are having much. Yeah, they're much different, and then that goes up to the White House where it's just the whole other level of separation. So another great reflection about why we wanted to come on here tonight and talk about local things is because of that type of at least conversation. And we're calling people's cell phones and they're answering at home, and it's like, hey, Joe, it's not like some kind of political discussion where it's like, hello, congressman or whatever it would be, or it's just a local conversation happening here in the community. And so we'll just see what takes place here probably in the next 20 minutes. I would imagine, Brian, we're going to have the results that we've been waiting for.
I think so.
And I think because of what we're seeing with at least the Sam Houston District 4 hospital board seat, that we can probably kind of wrap that, and I don't want to make assumptions that the similar thing is going to happen in District 2, but because those campaigns were essentially run in unison, at the very least, we'll be curious to see what the first results are for District 2.
Yeah, we don't know.
And then I think once we get the District 4, right, we've got our bookkeeper here, assistant, and note taker extraordinary, and boss is wondering if we are in fact going to turn into pumpkins at midnight. That's a possibility.
Possible,
so we're bound to find out. It looks like at the current rate.
I'm hoping we can.
Ann Sullivan did say that she was a little bit taken aback by the length of time that this has taken this evening to get the results.
Yeah,
I remember one year. I spent the night at the radio station that night. It was past midnight, and everybody else went home, and I was just kind of like, well, we gotta wait, don't we, for the results? And I just slept there. But that was, I can't remember the exact circumstances of why. There might have been even some weather related factor in that, but that it was definitely past midnight, and I think well past midnight.
Yeah,
when that, this is already on a much faster pace.
Yeah.
We're a precinct away from declaring the District 4 winner.
Right. Yeah.
So we are looking at District 2 commissioner.
Okay.
Come first part of this Croftville precinct.
Yeah.
Gary Gamble, who was down here earlier, 124 with the write-in at 22.
Oh, there's a write-in. Okay, 22. I don't know who that is even.
Well, that's what we were saying. It could be anybody, and that's where write-in is just this. It could be 22 different names.
Yeah.
The Secretary of State lists them all as one thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But it doesn't even mean that that's how close it is, which is not even close whatsoever. But that would probably be more like 124 to 3 is the next closest as far as you know what I'm saying.
Somebody's cat or dog is in the mix.
So. Right.
Yeah.
Another seat that I'd be very curious to learn about is the school board seat for District 4. and we should have some results. The problem with the results, Brian,
One precinct.
are going to be that it's going to say write-in, because Quinn McClone from up at Bearskin sort of stepped in as, hey, write me in as a candidate for the school board for District 4. And again, on the Secretary of State, all we're going to see is write-in. It's almost a shoe-in that Quinn is going to win that because he's the only candidate and he's a write-in. So maybe that's one to follow up with in the paper or something, Brian. Hospital District 2.
Okay.
We got our first numbers in. And we've got Dr. Schmidt, 91%.
Oh, wow.
And Doug Sanders at 9%. So again, because perhaps of the similarities and the robustness of the campaign that Sam and Dr. Schmidt ran basically together, if you want to think of it that way, probably pretty similar in terms of how that's going to go. So here's the school District 4 that I was just talking about. Quinn McClone or whomever the write-in is, and presumably it's him because he's the only one. 112 votes, which is significant. So Quinn, you're on the school board. That we're declaring our first race, Brian.
The first race.
You're on the school board,
Quinn.
Write-in.
There you go.
And if we are going to declare a second one, we haven't seen. Maybe it's time for an update on the District 3, but that'd be the second one that I'd feel comfortable calling. Well, that's maybe wait and see, because that Cook County is really a component of it, but I'm pretty comfortable to call that one right now. That Strava is the incumbent, and he's gonna hold that seat based on what happened in International Falls, if nothing else.
No, I know, just based on that. And then it's looking like Mylan, Dr. Schmidt, and Sam are gonna clear sailing.
That also seems to be the way. The two unknowns, and they're the part of the reason they're on the board is because it was so unknown. Is District 4 and Sullivan and Dean Berglund and the referendums. At least question 1. Maybe 2. So we're waiting on that, and I think we'll find that out pretty shortly here. We got 62% now reporting for District 3A. Roger Scraba at 57%. Harley at 40%.
Climbed a little bit.
So there's some movement there, and that's where that stands as of 62% of the precincts for District 3A. And as we expected, Brian, there's now a fair number of votes that have come in for Cook County to be included in that, and that's probably where some movement happened for Harley there, and that was to be expected by Harley and by the Democrats of Cook County going out and voting for him, presumably. So probably, even though we've seen that margin shrink a little bit, it's not unexpected and doesn't necessarily bode well when we start talking about Ely, that northern part of St. Louis County, and that area that's going to be difficult for Harley to make up some ground in that part of the district. But nonetheless, we're moving closer and closer and starting to get a clear picture of where a lot of this is going to end up. And absolutely the biggest thing we're waiting on right now for our coverage here at the News-Herald tonight is what's going to happen in District 4. I wouldn't put a wager on that if my life depended on it, because that could go either way now. I mean, you and I have covered these races, Brian, for a lot of years, as we've said. We know both the candidates. We've interviewed both of the candidates multiple times now, each of us. And I right now I have less certainty than I did at the start of the show on who's going to win that. And even then I wouldn't have put a guess. It was a toss up. And now it's just like, oh my gosh, this could be actually less than 20 votes. This could be like 5 votes.
That's what's leading. It's kind of reminding me of Jenny and Bruce Martinson. those two, they had 2 races in a row that were like, holy smokes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're 5 votes, 7 votes, whatever. They were so razor thin.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah. And so this is kind of shaping up to be the same way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we'll see, but it's very tight.
Yeah, and it doesn't answer. I mean, even almost to the extent that whoever we can say, if there's one thing we can call about this race, is that whoever has the most signs doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna do in a landslide at the very least.
No.
That it means you have to still follow the local election because the signs don't tell the story.
No.
I mean, when we get down to who had the most signs, it's far and away that Dean had the most signs out there. But we're sitting here talking about that this could be decided by 5 votes.
Right.
And Dean had more than
more
five signs
yes,
than Ann did around the county.
Yeah.
I mean, Dean's signs were popping up up the Arrowhead
I
Trail, 61 way out toward
all over.
Grand Portage.
I
Like
know.
it wasn't just in the area, but it was concentrated here, certainly in the district.
Right.
So yeah, the signs, political signs. If you are ever running for office, take this as a note that just because your opponent has more signs doesn't mean that they're going to win the election.
No.
By any stretch of the imagination. So don't let that sway you. But it does mean that they're probably running a pretty good campaign.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because we're seeing that Dean is in this race in a very, very serious way.
Dean's worked really hard. Yeah. And you know what? People that work very hard, it usually pays off. I mean, it doesn't mean you win, but people respect that. And they cast their votes based on, the respect of the candidates. And, I know Ann has worked hard too. She's, you don't have to worry about that either.
Well, and I think that where we're seeing that a little bit different as far as, Ann ran a good campaign, like you're saying, Brian, and had ads, and it was a professional campaign in the way that Dean's was as well. And where we might see some differences in the approach to a campaign is at the hospital board. Where not to say that Doug and Kay ran inefficient campaigns. They were just different than their opponents as far as the strategy and the public approach to it. And so we're seeing that take place much differently.
Yeah, they ran very strong, very dedicated campaigns.
Long, calculated, invested,
campaigns.
Ads in a newspaper
they just
are not free.
No,
like there's money spent in campaigns, and that's what the hospital district candidates definitely did.
They did that.
I think they had websites, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they just ran very smart campaigns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, aggressive,
so, very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's paying off.
Right.
Clearly.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Well, we approach the midnight hour, 10 minutes to midnight now. And we're so glad that people are hanging in and watching the show tonight and letting us know that you're out there. Tell us where you're watching from. If you feel like dropping it in the chat, maybe we'll give a shout out if you want us to, or just let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Throw that down in there as we get up to midnight here and down to the final precincts that we're waiting on. This next one, obviously, when we hear that from the District 4 part, is going to be huge. Colville is who we wait to hear that and what happens there. And that's pretty much where everything is hinging on. Brian, I don't know when that comes in, if we want to call, that might be a wrap on the show, even potentially, or we can see what happens with the school.
How close everything's getting.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be kind of fun to see how the school district referendum.
Yeah.
If they get close to, how that's going.
Mm-hmm.
And Gary, we know Gary's going to win now.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably almost insurmountable at this point, even if Gary just got the vote of himself and Renee, as he was saying when they went, assuming that Renee did vote for Gary.
Renee voted.
Never assume.
That's right. Never assume.
I'm going to assume that one, though.
Well, yeah, I think she's the one that sort of said you're
Yes.
going to run, but based on what Gary told us from earlier. So yeah, this great to be here on election night and really fully engage with the local elections. Hey, so you wanted some updates on the school? You got it, Brian. Thanks to Aunt Boss is here. We now are up to 9 of 14
Okay, wow.
precincts, so we're definitely climbing. Even with that change, which is fairly substantial, we still are at the exact same number, I believe, from the last time.
Wow.
53% yes for question 1, 47 no. So 53 and 47 on question 1 in the referendum. Maybe a little bit more separation, a point or two here, Brian, on question 2. Yes, 46%, no, 54.
Okay. About the same.
And that's in that $9 million range, maybe a little more. I forget the exact number on that, but in that area. And then question 3, yes, 41% to 59% no. So definitely some separation happening there, and a clearer picture for sure on questions 2 and 3. But the big one, and the one that Superintendent Lindholm talked about a lot,
right?
I mean, he definitely explained that process of how question 1 needs to be approved before 3 and 2, and obviously and so forth, multiple times. But he talked a lot about the things on question 1.
Right. No.
And so when we're at 53% to 47, I'm not going to make any projections yet on that, but the fact that it's holding consistent, like that number hasn't fluctuated much. The other questions have sort of unveiled themselves a little bit more clearly as the night's gone on and as the more precincts are reported, but question 1 has stayed relatively the same. And that's not exactly the easiest initiative referendum to understand.
No, I know. I agree.
The process of that, if you weren't reading about that, and if you missed Laura's piece on Boreal about that, where she really broke that down so simply and in such a way, at least in my mind, that made sense and had the numbers and so forth. But if you missed that, or whatever the case might be, like that's a pretty confusing thing to see on a ballot.
They had it on their website, so if you went on that, it was pretty easy to understand too. But
right, the school's website? It's like that's not a place I'm landing on a maybe a annual basis or something. You know, so it's just like if you weren't aware of what that process was, that might be confusing to
I agree.
you. And no fault to you as a voter, because it's not the simplest thing to sort of be like, well, wait a minute, can I even vote no or yes for this one if I said no? So that part of it was an interesting approach. Had you ever seen?
No. I know what you're asking. The answer is no. I wouldn't have advised that approach either, but but that's what they did. So they had they had consultants come up, and a couple of them come up, and that's what they presented. And they went with that. So
they made that recommendation. These consultants made the recommendation to the board or administration or both.
To the board. And that's what they went with. And so we'll see how if question 1 passes. So I think the board will be pretty happy with that.
Right, and too early to start making determinations, but that was by far the biggest chunk of that. I mean, over 2/3 of that, basically. So, I think you're right. That if they walked away and that was the case, it's a victory for the district through the eyes of the board and the administration, at the very least. When we're talking about that, and of course through the eyes of the people who were voting to support it. As well.
Right.
So there we are, moving now 5 minutes to midnight here, 11:55 on election night. I don't know if we start calling it election post morning when we go beyond, or what, if we'll just see where we're at in 5 minutes mentally, Brian.
It's all right.
I know you've had a long day down at the office here already, and you're here on election night. Keeping it rolling, so thanks for doing that, Brian.
No problem.
We got a couple more things that we're waiting to have come in. And, when we look back on some of these districts where we've had, multiple candidates and repeat candidates, when you're talking about Ginny Storley, Bruce Martinson, and like how close those races can be. And now it's the second time for Ann and Dean to be facing off. And it's obviously going to be very, very close again.
Yep.
And that you hear from people to encourage you to run. Those 400 people that voted for Dean last time, 407 people to be exact, I'm sure were telling him to run again.
Yeah.
And the same for Ann with the 476 people that voted for her. And so the question is, when we look at some of those races like Bruce and Ginny, as we have in the past, is what is it that moves those pegs? Is it that people have moved? Is it that they have a difference of opinion about the candidate themselves? I want to change that vote. Those are conversations that I really like to hear from people about. Like why you would vote for a candidate one time and not the next. When we're talking about 5-10 votes can make the difference. It's huge, and that's where accountability comes into play. As a local elected official.
It's when you're down to the wire on those few votes, and it happens a couple times. It doesn't, one or two people flipping, it's all it
changes everything.
Whole thing.
And I think that can lead to strong governance in the sense of when a candidate or somebody who's in a position doesn't think it's a lock, that I'll win this in a landslide, I can vote however I want, but that there has to be some conscious thought paid into every single decision.
You have to work hard, and keep up the hard work, and people notice, they really do. So it'll be interesting to see here, though. We're just waiting for a few more districts to come in.
What do you hear the most about from readers of the Herald when it comes to local politics? Like, what are some things that your readers care about the most? Is it the county board? Does it depend?
I'd say it is the county board. Yeah, right. That's probably by far the number one. Yep.
And is it like that changes seasonally? Is it the changes? It ramps up around the setting of the levy, truth and taxation this time of year, basically.
Because the county board is always doing something interesting that affects all of us. It's pretty much all the time.
Wow,
it really is.
Yeah,
and so they're under a lot of scrutiny, and that's tough. Because they live here, right? Yeah. So they run into people in the grocery stores, and it's a tough job.
The districts that we're waiting to have come in and where it's going to impact the election for our purposes primarily, but what we're waiting for locally here in Cook County, Grand Marais East.
Yeah.
So that'll be Gary. Then we'll have a conclusion on District 2. We're pretty much confident that Gary Gamble, running unopposed, is going to be the next commissioner. We can all but declare that. We could have declared it. We all but declared it at the start of the show. Right? We're waiting for Grand Portage and those results to come in. Hovland, that east end of the county that we were talking about earlier, Brian, and where that will impact the school referendum in particular. So that is definitely one we're keeping an eye on and waiting to hear. Pike Lake District.
That one just came in.
Pike Lake is coming in, and that would be probably the hospital for District 2, I imagine, and that would be yes. And then Colville is the one. That's the circle. That
really
one.
Big.
They're all obviously important, but like that one is the one that is the key to the next commissioner seat for District 4, amongst other things. So really getting down here to the wire. We'll probably have the official results for the hospital district board after we hear on Pike Lake. I mean, that's going to be all the precincts for that district. So really now getting down. Look at that, midnight on the dot, Brian.
There we go.
On the nose. It is midnight. Welcome to the morning after the election night coverage. Joe Friedrichs here with Brian Larsen in the office of the Cook County News-Herald. and we've been down here, believe it or not, Brian, live and talking for 4 hours.
That's amazing. Yeah.
And yeah, we've been mostly doing it all ourselves in terms of talking. Ann Passos is here with us this evening and has been doing a lot of stuff, getting us all the information that we read. So thank you for that. And there's a shout out from Laura from Boreal saying, hey, thanks to Joe and Annie and Brian for doing this tonight. And hey, thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, for Boreal for supporting this as well. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, you know, in the past when I've done something like this where it's like you throw on some music or whatever and walk away and, you know, chat amongst yourselves privately. We have not had such a thing here this evening, which is unique and what we were hoping for, Brian, right?
Yeah.
Like we're going to keep this simple. And that's what we've done. We've got the latest on the presidential election. 246 for Trump and 210 for Harris.
Yeah.
So a little bit of movement there, I think, from the last time. Not a ton.
Not a lot. No.
Yeah. So that's probably going to be there because of, I mean, that number at first and for a while was just going up dramatically every time for both candidates, just the total number in the Electoral College. And now it's probably really going to get stagnant.
Inching up.
It's kind of like what happened with us earlier when we got the first precinct in. It was like, all right, here we go. And then it was kind of like turning over and looking at Ann. And
3 hours later.
Are you hitting refresh back there? What's going on?
Yeah, come on, Ann.
as though it was a thing. But then speaking with Dean Berglund and Sullivan when we called them, and they were literally saying the same thing. Like, I was all, you know, just sitting here hitting refresh, and so a lot of people, even the candidates themselves, do exactly. Exactly.
It's at that point in time, it's like
we've got the latest on District 3A.
Okay.
77% of the precincts now reporting, and we've got Scraba at 56% and Harley at 40%. Well,
that's okay.
Yeah, and so that's where that's at. Is once you start getting into that 80 percentile, with 16 points of separation. And that's probably there. I think we've even already declared that one here in the newsroom tonight. That Scraba will retain that seat in District 3A, and you know, some of the issues when Scraba ran the first time against Rob Eklund focused on some of his issues in the bound and Quetico in particular, and use of motors and some violations that he'd had there. But those were things that he said when I talked to Roger about those things. That, you know, that was in the past. It was a different person then. I had a chip on my shoulder with the wilderness. And,
I remember.
And all of this.
Yeah, I remember those pretty well.
And so that's a different thing, and that he has, you know, grown as a person, and I think based on some of the conversations with Cook County voters on both sides of the aisle, that they saw some growth in Roger as somebody down representing the district at the House. So with Roger back in, and as you've made reference to on the show tonight, Brian, that Harley and Roger were very similar in not only you know, backgrounds, but also like in on the issues. Very so
similar.
Hopefully, as we heard from Gary, that he reached out to Myron Bershheim the night that Myron defeated Gary. That some phone calls are going to start to be made this evening.
I would hope so too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really would. Yeah.
We've got the 8th Congressional District update, and we're at 67% of the precincts reporting. Stauber at 62%, and Schultz at 38%. So pretty clear separation happening there. I think it's probably safe to think about calling that one getting closer. I think probably that might even include Duluth, unless that's the missing part of this.
Well, I was going to say, if Duluth isn't in there, I would. It's not over.
Yeah, don't start jumping. No. Because I mean, we're looking at 24%.
I know
points.
It's big.
It's maybe not insurmountable, but that's
I thought it would be closer no matter what. I just thought it would be closer. So yeah.
So yeah, definitely starting to see a lot of these races outside of the county become pretty clearly defined here. And then when we're looking at the two unknowns for us right now, Brian, as we're past midnight, we're into the new day here on the 6th, is that the two unknowns are question 1 on the referendum and District 4 County Board. And the most interesting part about that, those two things being the biggest unknowns, is those were the two biggest issues for us as we were saying, as Ann was drawing the board for us back here, and as you and I were talking, not just today, but in our lead up to setting up this program, was like, well, what are the biggest issues? That's District 4 County Board seat and the referendum.
And there we go.
And here we are.
Right at the end.
This is it. These are going to be down to the wire, and they're the biggest things.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
And that's such a fascinating thing. That's why I love covering politics. Is it's just the way some of that stuff unfolds. Just like, wow.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we were thinking, and this is, and I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, that's the thing. You just kind of go, well, it's shaken out just that way, though. So,
yeah, very interesting. And I hope that as you're watching this show from wherever you are, that you're able to, keep all things in perspective. And as we've heard from either you said it or Sam, I think actually Sam said this earlier about, the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Exactly. And in fact, I think here in Cook County, it's supposed to be a beautiful sunny day tomorrow. Cool. Today, actually. Today. On Wednesday. And no matter what is unfolding here, if you're a candidate for District 3A or a hospital board candidate, or because you have a lot of connection that you feel to who the president is, that you are able to reflect on those words that Sam, I think, pretty eloquently shared, which is like, the sun's coming up. Yeah. And do your day as you do it. I mean, there's some, in one sense, it can be written off as that's a generic thing to say, but
I think he's very sincere. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Oh, I definitely believe Sam is sincere, and just take that to heart for what it is.
Right.
It would be something to carry away.
After all the diversity and the kind of wickedness of the national campaigning, and the way it got pretty kind of out of hand, I thought, so Sam's got the right approach.
Yeah, for sure.
He really does.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what they bring to the hospital board.
It will.
Because they talked a lot about change. And, we have talked multiple times tonight about the statement from Deb White. When we're talking about administration, form of government at the county level, we talked with Gary about it. Yeah. I think that it's fair to say that Dean would have a different, at least, approach to that conversation than Ann Sullivan would. And what we haven't talked about, though, is Kimber Ralstad and the administrator at North Shore Health. And that was a huge part of those conversations when that was taking place about we need change at the board so that we can have change at the administration. And so it's going to be interesting to see what, now that we can definitely say that Sam and Dr. Schmidt are on the hospital board. Yeah. If they open up that conversation as something that said, vote for us so you can see change. It's like, well, all right. Just being on the board is not change in and of itself. It's like, what does that mean? What does that look like? And so I think that'll be interesting to follow in the next year and potentially beyond that, but probably in the next year, we'd see some change in that potential.
Well, I think you see change in procedures anyway, and the way things are, maybe that's been done. I mean, they've, I know they've had these, groups come in and they try to work through issues now at the hospital level. Culture change is what seems to be needed, because we've looked at all the turnover it's just been incredible.
Well, and that's what Sam and Dr. Schmidt essentially ran on, or at least early on, what their candidacy focused on, and to see how that actually unfolds now when they're on the board, is going to be the next step in that conversation. And how much community involvement is there around that? Are they going to host town halls? Are they going to go around and gather input? I mean, because there's not a lot of people that go to the hospital board.
No, well, there's no room. First of all, you know, so.
But then when they go to places like the trail or when they tried to go on the road, they get criticized for saying that we can't hear you or you don't record them. It was just like there was almost no way to win part of that. It seemed like. So it's like, how important are those issues going to be for the community now that Sam and Dr. Schmidt are like there in place?
Right. Yeah.
And only time is going to answer that for us. And that'll be something to follow for local news coverage here. In the year ahead. Yeah. I mean, if people are still staying up at this hour, it's definitely like you care about local politics.
And no, not refreshing, just she's sleeping.
Yeah.
And gave up.
I'm refreshing. Nothing's happening.
Nothing's happening.
And that's great to see that people are still watching and following the local. You're here now for the local stuff, obviously.
Totally. That's not for anything else. No.
And it's fantastic to see that people are watching and hanging in there with us too. So thanks for posting those comments. And if you're one of the people hanging around, throw a comment down. Tell us why you're hanging around or what you're up to stay awake here and wait for at least the fourth, the final district. Precinct for District 4 to come in.
Really big.
I mean, that's what it's all like. I would, if we decided to call it a wrap or whatever at midnight, and we didn't have the answer to that, it would feel to me like a incomplete show.
It would be.
Yeah.
It would be an incomplete show.
Yeah, totally. So we are not going anywhere until that occurs.
And saying she might not be here. But I get that. So I saw that look. It's like,
Nothing's happening.
Yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully, Ann will stick around and keep refreshing. If not, I'm sure we can
refresh.
We can probably figure out a way to do it too, Brian, if that's what it comes to. Ultimately speaking, so to say. Yeah. But it shouldn't probably be much longer.
I don't think it will
just
be.
based on how this process works and what's gotten us here and et cetera, et cetera. So thanks again for hanging around and still seeing people, Brian, that jump on. So
well,
so it's great.
Crazy people out there, aren't there, Joe? Yeah. So
they're
all right.
Political consumers of local information such as ourselves. I mean, the thing about you and I, Brian, is that since some of the first times I met you in like the courthouse parking lot. This is back when like Heidi Kirk was a commissioner and all those days. Yeah. You and I could talk about local issues for 4+ hours.
4+ hours, right.
With no break, basically.
Yeah, I know, right.
Like you and I just have an interest in these things. And there are other people out there too. And I think that that's so fascinating when you meet people who know the background, who know the candidates, know the issues. Yeah. And it's like, it just has that level of meaning. I've really always appreciated that about you, Brian, that you
appreciate that.
You can just go about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Wet the whistle here as we continue on with our live coverage from the Cook County News-Herald tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us. And we're waiting for sure one more precinct to come in, the Colville precinct. When it comes in, we're going to call it a wrap on the show. Yeah. And we're just waiting for that to come in because it is a huge deal for the county. Yeah. It's going to shape a lot of the direction of the county board. Yep. I think it's just safe to say that in conversations I've had either with the candidates or other people who follow local politics like we do, Brian, that the difference is there's going to be probably some 3-2 votes, a lot on some of these issues, depending on who wins District 4, or even maybe some 4-1 votes. But like basically, it's going to tilt the majority one way or the other, depending on the outcome of this. So that's where we're talking about the local issues and why who wins this District 4 race. We're not just fascinated or talking about this so much because it's close.
Right.
We're talking about it because it's going to have a big impact on at least the next 2 years. And if there's some other positions that change in the next election, 26, but for 2 years, the outcome of what we're waiting to find out is going to have a significant impact on the direction of local politics when it comes to the Cook County Board of Commissioners.
Right. Yep.
Which trickles down into things like the highway department and even into like the HRA and EDA and all of these things that might not be on the surface. Like, oh, well, that's just the county board, but it's like, yeah, but that's like the administrator, that's the attorney, to an extent, even though the attorney is an elected position, it's been vacated. It's the highway department, it's public health and human services. And
like you said, the EDA, HRA.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's all of that. Things. And that's what we're talking about. Like, that's why this outcome of this is so important in terms of where the board's going to go. Right. Because Ann and Dean are very different candidates.
Oh, yeah. Very different.
So it's just going to shape that. And that's why why we're sitting here waiting to find out. It's because it's not just, well, who wins? It's what does that mean for us? Yeah. And it's going to mean a very different things. Yep. Depending on who wins. And that's why the candidates themselves, I think that they clearly, obviously understand that too, and why they
didn't go to bed.
They did not. They were by far very awake.
Right.
When I called them, it's probably been an hour ago. Yeah. Or so at this point.
So we're just waiting for those fingers and toes to get counted. That's what they're at now. They're just, come on, guys.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the Secretary of State process would be, for example, or what Brady would say when he sends it down if it is a tie. Or if it's like 1 or 2 votes.
Well, that's a recount.
Then. I mean, it's going to be a recount, but like, it's like does that slow it down in terms of Brady saying like, I've got a tie, or I've got like a 2 vote separation here. And if that alone would slow it down. No. I wouldn't think so, just because we're also waiting for these other precincts to come in and so forth, but just like, what it is that's kind of bottlenecked this. We don't know. There could be a host of reasons. It could just be that like at the Secretary of State's office, they just got overwhelmed all at once.
That could be
in a way that the counties didn't sort of trickle in.
Yeah.
Well, we're up here in Cook County, and when you think about when Hennepin County is turning in their results, it's just
can't imagine.
Yeah. One of their precincts is the equivalent of our county.
Yeah.
And then some, probably.
And then some, right.
And so it's just the scale of that is just not even comparable when we're talking about how they have to process results versus what we're doing.
Right.
And in that regard, it'd be fine if Brady had a little more means to share some of those results, for example.
Well, I know what you mean. Yeah. It's not going to happen. No, won't happen.
Yeah, and they probably don't have the graphs. I mean, that's really helpful to see it on the Secretary of State, where it's like showing you the exact percentages. And Brady's not going to get into the county's website right now with the technology.
Not this time.
Yeah. No. We got an update on the presidential election.
Okay.
Trump at 247 and Harris at 214.
Wow.
So 247 214. The path to victory is at 270.
Yeah.
So that's the latest here after midnight, 12:20 on election night, now morning after. So 247, 214 is the latest that we have coming in from across the country, and not sure what states would be.
That doesn't mean much to me until I could see what the states are.
And I'm sure like Pennsylvania is probably one of the missing pieces on that. So not a lot of those swing states, it looks like. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada.
Well, there you go.
So those are the ones that we don't know. So in other words, the only ones that have come in are the ones that were basically predicted.
Yeah, right. They're the ones they're the ones that kind of steer the victories or the defeat, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Right. And I think that probably a reason that people have been watching the show tonight, Brian, why people are still watching double digits here like at 12:30 in the morning, is because that has gone stalled.
Yeah.
And the people are just basically saying, well, blah, 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 you know. And what we can do is at least add some analysis about the county board and that this outcome is going to impact the direction of the county and the HRA and the EDA and the public health and the highway department for the next at least 2 years.
Right.
And what we're explaining here, that is definitely not something being analyzed even on the Duluth TV stations.
Right. Yeah. No. We'll just waiting for a few more votes to be counted.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and they've been counted. So what's happening is like down in St. Paul, they're just being put into a database at this point.
Yeah. Like you said, they're probably jammed right now with.
Yeah, actually, Ann Sullivan, when I talked to her, made a reference to that she had heard that was what was happening.
I'm sure
that in St. Paul, it basically got overloaded.
When there is a presidential election, way more people tend to vote than normal. I mean, in Cook County, we just vote. We just do. So it doesn't always matter. But across the state, presidential election really brings out people. And so, I'm sure there's a lot more people voting. And that would just be a lot more confusion for the Secretary of State, for more inputting. And just hope he gets those last little votes in for us.
What maybe we just take it over, Brian? You got a computer to you got a computer to hit refresh on for District 4 or
What's
anything?
How long are you gonna stay?
It sounds like Brian's
I've
definitely
got
in
to
this.
be typing up something pretty quick here, but
I don't think Brian's about to go anywhere, basically,
No.
is my
Which will
understanding.
be hard to type something up if we don't know.
well, no, I mean, I have to wait. I have to wait until I know.
The great debate of who's going to go first. It begins to unfold. I think we can probably take it from here, huh, Brian? If you
we
want,
can.
or, I mean, because we just don't know how long this is going to go. This
Right.
is the situation we're in right now.
Call Brady up there and see if he won't answer the phone at this time of night.
No, it's too late now, probably.
Yeah.
So we'll just hang tight, and hopefully you're comfortable hanging tight with us here, everybody watching, as we're rolling into coming up on our 5th hour.
Yeah.
Since we hit go on the live YouTube stream, and it's been a lot of local analysis.
A lot, yeah. So.
And before we forget, just in the spirit of saying thanks to the people who stepped away this evening, and Gary Gamble came down.
Sam,
so thanks to Gary, thanks to Sam.
Roger.
We talked to Roger.
International Falls.
He was over in I Falls.
That's pretty funny.
Doing the Roger thing over there.
Yeah.
Evidently, cell phone coverage is better. We'll just go with what he told us.
Yeah, that's what you have to go with.
And
too funny.
Thanks to Harley too for talking with
very
us
good.
down in St. Paul.
Yeah.
And we talked to Ann Sullivan and Dean Berglund as well this evening on the show, or at least in the context of the show outside. So thank you to everybody that took some time, and I know you talked with most of those people as well in the lead, if not all of them, in the lead up to the election. So just thanks for all the people that talked with Brian at the News-Herald and Steve Fernland or myself or both of us for the Short Thing podcast and other candidate interviews for Boreal Community Media. And thanks to Boreal again for letting us dip into their YouTube channel. Yeah, which is cool. Really cool that they did that. So thank you to Boreal for giving us the space and capacity to do that. What do you got for? You got like a computer over here, Brian, that you could pull up if we need to, or how are we gonna get the info that we need?
Why is my computer out of?
If you're, are you gonna?
Now?
Are you sticking around? Or?
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
She's gonna stick around. All right, thank you.
A second wind from.
I wouldn't go that far.
From our data collector.
Yeah. No.
So that might be an exaggeration.
Yeah. So you did pretty well fishing the other day. We're at that point. Yeah.
Yes, but don't start talking about where I went.
I will not,
because you know where I went.
I know where you went. And I don't.
This is dangerous territory.
Listen, I know better. we do not talk. We do not give up fishing locations. No.
Yes, I would say that is definitely an accurate statement and something that helps me navigate some of the political climate, so to say. You know, those are the things. And some people go ride their bike, and some people go to the gym or whatever. And for me, during a political, an election year, any election year, or just in general in life, but particularly during an election year, getting out into the woods, here in Cook County and the North Shore and the Boundary Waters, wherever, this area, it's just the best. It's just something about being out there, either with a buddy or some acquaintance or by myself. It's just as good as it gets, and I'm so grateful to be able to live in this place and be able to have that space to get out there and roam and get away from these computers, which make a show like this possible. But how nice it is to take a break from it too, and to do it in a place that makes me feel rejuvenated. Like when I'm down in other parts of Minnesota, Brainerd, Bemidji area, which is fine and beautiful, it's just not the same thing. So it's great to be here, and that's a big part of hopefully why. Other people watching the show live up here too, or feel connected to this place is those same types of reasons. And hopefully it's helped them get through the election season too.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah.
But yes, thank you for asking, and thank you for not naming names of lakes.
I'm not going to name names. No. I've done that before. I've given up some secrets and been promised those secrets are never going to go anywhere, and been sadly mistaken.
Right.
Because great fishing holes have been fished out.
Yep.
And like, why did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they couldn't help themselves. And I'm like, well, come on, guys. So that's it.
Yeah.
My secret spots are my secret spots, period.
All right. Good. Well, we're in agreement about that.
That's got to be that way.
So I think the last things we're waiting for literally are these 5 precincts to come in for Cook County. And four now. Okay. 4 precincts. And because Pike Lake came in.
Right. Yeah.
And so we're down to just the 4 precincts for the county. And this is getting probably to the latest that I've seen. I might have been around this time that night when I crashed out. Okay. But this is
about, I agree. Usually it's quicker, but so whatever.
Yeah, I mean, an hour and a half later, like 11 would have been in my mind, like, okay, by 11, this is going to be sort of wrapping up, or like we'll be like analyzing the results and winding it down. And so, if it's here at 12:30, it just is what it is. There's nothing we could. No. You can kick and holler. You could call Brady, but then you're not
Not going to call Brady.
Brady's might tip his hand if you got him, but it just still is. You need to like see that on the Secretary of State page.
I think that's the way to go.
Uh-huh.
Not going to go call Brady.
I've called him in the past. Definitely not this late, but like late, you know.
Sure.
And you could tell that it was just like, why aren't you just waiting, you know?
Right.
Because you're gonna know the information then before the candidate necessarily has a chance to kind of engage, and maybe they're hearing it from a different platform. We don't know if Ann or Dean are watching right now, for example, and you know, then if it gets out wrong, like it needs to come through the Secretary of State. It's the official way to do the process. And I got no problem with that.
No, I don't either.
And it's respectful of Brady and the fact that if he's there, he's doing something. He's not just, you know, at his desk.
No, he's working. They're all working hard.
Mm-hmm. And they're probably gone.
I hope
long gone. I would think.
I hope they are. I mean, that was his hope too.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's what you were saying. He didn't want to be there. That's what Brady told you.
He was hoping. Yeah, he said, "I'm hoping, you know, we don't have to be here till 2 a.m. and just everybody go home." And he had a nice jump on everything this time. You know, 50% of the electorate had voted. So yeah, you know, let's hope that all worked out. And we're just waiting for the Secretary of State to get those results to us.
Indeed, Brian. Indeed. What do you got? What's this thing look like? So it's like you hit
I've been looking at it all night.
Because it'll show.
It'll change. If it changes, like I'll show you one that's probably going to change. It's 83%. It's up to 84. So yes, it's working. That's your question.
What's the county one?
That one?
No, just no.
Well, I mean, I've got it by.
And you're just sitting on the.
School.
You got them all pulled up
Yeah.
in different browsers. And what's this one look like? If you get it
I just did.
and you're just sitting there, just over and over.
Yes.
Enough
Do you have a better idea?
enough to drive you mad, isn't it?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, get out.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait till you guys get a computer set up.
Okay. Ryan, you got the results you can pull up on the computer, like just the county election through the Secretary of State. All right. So if you're still here watching, we're just doing some tech swap, and we'll have results momentarily if anything comes in. And thanks for hanging around. If you are watching, cool.
Election results. Oh, my own election.
I'm waiting till you guys get that set up.
Weird. Doesn't really matter. I'm not calling right now. Just too late. I mean, I told him I probably wouldn't be calling.
They gave me Brady's phone number here.
You got it?
Well, yeah. I guess. Well, no, wait. They're not giving me anything else. They just gave me all the information here on who's there. Oh, I can see website. But
Yeah, it's too late.
We're down to 9 people watching.
Which is fine, yeah.
I didn't get disappointed, but that's good.
said so many times that we could stay. Get out.
Do what you want.
You know what we want? You know where you're going here?
I think so.
Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, yeah. 124 writing, 122, 84.9%. So
Gary been here refresh 1,000 times.
and it's 287, 264. So she's back up there.
Yeah.
A little more.
Yeah, it's been that way for quite a while.
Oh, has it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 or 3%. Yeah, okay.
So we're still just waiting to get some things calculated and added up here. If you're hanging around, hang around.
Greg Westergaard is Soil and Water. He's got 1,607 votes.
No kidding.
Yeah, 99.6%.
Nice.
There are 5 write-ins. Let's see. Soil and Water, Amber Humphrey, 1,626. Same thing, 3 write-ins.
YouTube world.
Yeah.
Who's out there in YouTube world at 12:30 in the morning watching the Cook County election results? You're out there. We know you're out there, which is great.
Yeah.
Hang around. We're going to get you the results as soon as we can, or we'll let you know if that plan's going to change.
Stuck. We've been stuck here for way over an hour now.
Hey, there's a bag of treats somewhere over there.
Yep, I had one.
Did you?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Grab
Whoever
whatever.
brought them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna shut this down. He's got it right.
Wow, look at these things.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
great.
What's all this stuff?
They're
That's for-
croissants with different fillings, and then
No way.
Yeah. No, Joe.
that's
That's
great. And there's
Yeah.
cookies in the bag.
Somebody brought these things.
yeah.
Was that John?
Yeah.
Thank him for it.
Yeah. I know. I will for sure. I already have actually, but so where are we getting the school results here?
You got it. There's a separate button for here. All right, let's see. You gotta open another tab, and it's a different button.
Okay.
So if you open this tab, if you open this thing again, and then I'll show you.
It's right here, right?
No, it says. You can just go back to go there. And then there's a school district places. If you click this little down button, no, not municipal. No, there you go.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you, man.
Yeah,
You have a
sure.
Great night.
Yeah, thanks for having it. It was fun to be here.
Yeah. Here we go. Here. Now we'll find out. Maybe we've got something here. I'm hoping. All right.
Really?
He's really good. Perfect. Hour 5 is really very impressive.
So Carrie Jansen won. 157 to 1 right in the vote.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Huh? Thank you.
I think it would have been hard to do it without somebody in the background.
Yeah, there's been too many
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for taking those boards back.
Yep. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, see ya. Local elections, Cook County. We're still here at the Cook County News-Herald. Brian Larsen's over here. We're just adjusting a couple things around as it's 12:40 in the morning right now. And we're still waiting on just the last precinct, in particular from District 4. We're waiting for just one more precinct, that Colville precinct. As soon as that comes in, it's a wrap on the show, and not quite a wrap on the local election because there's still the possibility that the school referendum could fluctuate, particularly with question 1, which is sort of the linchpin, harbor pin for like the whole thing. But there's still a possibility that could get shuffled around a little bit. So we're hanging tight as we are about to hit hour 5. Officially, Brian, hour 5. Man, like right now, like 2, 1. There's hour 5.
Wow.
So we kicked it off just a little bit before 8 o'clock, and we're down here at the News-Herald hanging tight. Brian's getting the stuff put together for the paper, and we will let you know what the outcome is. We're going to do a quick check and see if that's been refreshed at all.
Yeah, school rate, nothing in the school had not. Yeah. Oh, I just switched off this one.
Still do it.
It's the same thing.
Man,
You're just being really slow.
that might not change, you know?
Maybe not. Then
What do you think?
yeah, if it doesn't change pretty quick, I'm gonna just.
I think we have to call. You got to
Yeah.
go home and get some sleep.
Well, I think I'm gonna stay in tight.
Really?
I've got an early deadline. Yeah, we have switched our deadlines around because we're getting printed in Slayton, Minnesota, across the state. So that's pretty.
What's the latest on the presidential stuff?
Oh, I haven't looked at that at all.
I can look that up because that'll be a quick Google thing.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that it's gonna blip up here 1 minute, you know.
Nothing much, though. Huh?
Nothing's changing.
It is. Interesting, huh?
Gary won for sure,
Mm-hmm.
so that's no surprise. And Greg Westergaard has got to be happy with 1,607 votes,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
99.69%. He's really a really good guy. Yeah, he was a journalist for like 40 years.
Uh-huh.
That's what he did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. YouTube land. You're still out there at 12:44 on the morning of the 6th. And how great is that you are still here?
Thanks, guys. I got
Brian's having some more coffee, is the latest from here at the News-Herald. And yeah, we're just the same as you right now. Literally hitting refresh on our browsers over and over to see what happens in District 4, the Cook County Board of Commissioners. We've talked about it many times tonight, how that's going to impact local politics and the local county board for the next couple of years, and that's why Brian and I have had such an interest in this. And not to mention the fact that Brian has a newspaper that needs to be put out like now, pretty much, which is why Brian's drinking some more coffee.
Yep, that's right.
And yeah, just cool to see that some people hung around here for 5 hours on this show. What a treat to be here this evening, spend the evening this way. Like talking about local stuff. And I think, though, Brian and I are getting to the point where Brian's going to have to zone in on deadline stuff. And even though we said we were going to hang around till the end, we're reaching that point where we may have to swap that out and update you in the morning, or not sure how we'll get that out to you through these platforms, but I think we're going to probably call it a night, huh, Brian?
Yes, I hate doing that, but I wish we could get Ann's and Dean's race done. Nothing's moving though.
It isn't, and I think what's going to happen, just by the nature of things and how it goes sometimes, is that we are going to end the show, and then 2 minutes after, they're going to
it'll be all done.
They're going to clear it, and I don't think we can restart the show at that point. But if you're curious about it, Boreal will be updating that in the morning on the website, of course, and so forth. So with that, we'll call it a show, huh, Brian?
Yeah.
We'll call it a wrap. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys, everybody.
Appreciate this, and thanks for watching. That's a wrap here from the Cook County News-Herald office. And yes, we see we're even getting the shout out. Ann Sullivan is watching.
Tell Ann we just can't.
Yeah,
it's time to get to work.
Brian's got the newspaper to do. So thanks everybody for watching on the show. Really appreciate it, and take care, and all best to all the candidates. And, thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.